All right, good afternoon, everyone. Dario, there you go. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 4:30 p.m. Today is Wednesday, September 11th, 2024. This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. My name is Vivian Malaulu, and I am board president. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Here.
Herlinda Chico.
Present.
Vivian Malaulu.
Here.
Uduakjo Intak. Sunny Zia.
Here.
Thank you. Item 1.3 on the agenda. Do we have any public comments on closed session items today?
None received.
Item 1.4, we will be hearing in closed session. We've got three items. 1.4, personnel pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Employment Performance Evaluation, Discipline, Dismissal, Release. Item 1.5, conference, legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, D1, Gould Hawes versus LBCCD et al., LASC case 23STCV12729. And item 1.6, conference, legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, D2, one case. At this time, item 1.7, we will adjourn to closed session. We will reconvene at 5:30 p.m. Thank you. Morning, everyone. Apologies, we're running a couple of minutes behind schedule. If you could all please take your seats. Okay. It is 5:33. Welcome, everyone. Once again, today is Wednesday, September 11th. This is the regularly scheduled board meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. My name is Vivian Malaulu. I am your board president, and we are reconvening after closed session. Item 2.2, I have asked our new Vice President, Kendra Madrid, to lead us in the flag salute today. This is officially, is it your first meeting or you were here last time? I can't remember. You've been here a couple of meetings. I'm sorry that the days are blurring, but this is the first time that you are leading us in the flag salute. So go ahead and take it away.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I would like to exercise a little presidential privilege and take a brief moment of silence in honor and remembrance of September 11th. We do have our flags at half-mast, and I know that there are a lot of services and memorials happening throughout the country. So if you would kindly join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Item 2.3, land acknowledgement. Long Beach City College acknowledges our presence on the traditional ancestral land of the Gabrielino Tongva peoples. This land remains unceded territory. We acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this territory. Long Beach City College honors and respects the Gabrielino Tongva ancestors and their connection to this land. Item 2.4, roll call, Madam Secretary.
Virginia Baxter,
Present.
Herlinda Chico, Vivian Malaulu,
Present.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk, Sunny Zia,
Present.
and student trustee Gonzalez.
Present.
Item 2.5, report on closed session items. We do have report out on two items. Item 1.4, we had I believe, and please correct me if I have this incorrectly, but I believe we have a motion by trustee Zia, second by trustee Baxter, to approve settlement executed by plaintiff and authorize staff to execute the settlement agreement and to effectuate its terms. Did I have that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, the vote was unanimous to approve the settlement agreement and to authorize staff to execute the settlement agreement and to effectuate its terms. Report out on item 1.5. Again, we had a motion by trustee Zia and a second by trustee Baxter to approve settlement executed by plaintiff and to authorize staff to execute the settlement agreement and to effectuate its terms. The vote was unanimous to approve the executed settlement agreement and to authorize staff to execute settlement agreement and to effectuate its terms. Item 2.6, we do have public comments on agenda items. This is a reminder to all of our guests that there will be a total of 3 minutes allotted to each speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes per subject. Dr. Munoz, will you have the clock there? All right, our first speaker is Suzanne Engelhardt on item 7.3. The next speaker, if you could line up. So we've got also Suzanne Engelhardt speaking on item 7.7. We have Dr. Felton Williams on item 7.5. And I hope I'm not mispronouncing this. Is it Bazella McDonald? Yes. Okay, so you can go ahead and line up, and then we have the first three speakers there. That'll be on item 7.5. Go ahead.
Okay, measure item 7.3, measure AC. Invest in faculty is an investment in students. Invest in campus improvements. Invest in working conditions is an investment in our students. Invest in campus improvements. Invest in new classrooms is an investment in our students. Thank you for amending Measure AC by adding the F building. I want to challenge this board to remember Building F when it comes time to prioritize the long list of Measure AC. This building and its improvements are long overdue. And we also want to thank you for coming out and doing walks. We appreciate the dean, the VP, to do that walk. So we're expecting a lot for our students in those improvements of Building F. So we support Measure F, because it's Building F. We support Measure AC because we support campus improvements for our faculty working environment and our students' learning environment. Thank you. I'm up next. My name is Suzanne Engelhardt. I'm the Long Beach City College Faculty Association president. I represent the full-time faculty. We are members of the National Education Association, the California Teachers Association, the California Community College Association. We are also members of the LA Federation of Labor. It has been a pleasure seeing the work of the new leadership of the LA Fed utilize resources to combat homelessness. We look forward to contribute our labor to support this measure. Thank you.
Good evening, Board Member Malauulu and members of the Board of Trustees, President Munoz, and executive staff. My name is Felton Williams, and I reside at 2126 Daisy Avenue. I would like to start with the question, what is the real intent of Measure JB? But first, some brief background on the role of civil service. Civil service was created some years ago as a check and balance against fraud and corruption in government employment at a time in this nation's history when jobs were given to the highest bidders. Corruption in city government created enormous problems for cities as they sought to grapple with the issues that surfaced as a result, to include decline in city services, job losses, and exodus by its citizens. A clear example of this is noted in the cities of Bell, Commerce, and Industry, where unchecked corruption in hiring led to bankruptcy. They are only slowly starting to recover. Misstated facts in the city ballot argument about civil service. Measure JB would have you believe that civil service is responsible for hiring city employees. That is simply not the case, and it never was. With the exception of hiring its own staff, civil service is responsible for recruiting and certifying candidates who are qualified for positions with the city, sending the names of potential candidates to city departments for job openings in their departments, inclusive of police, fire, and other classified workers, certifying the hiring of those who are referred and approved by the hiring departments, protecting employees from discriminatory practices by city departments, and this is important, adheres to the 90-day requirement to certify candidates for job openings in the city. Removing civil service will result in eliminating employee safeguards and worker protections, give the city complete control over the hiring of city employees, create opportunities for fraud and abuse and disruption of vital civil services. So, what is the real intent of Measure JB? It would allow the city to hire campaign donors, friends and relatives who do not have the training or experience for city jobs, removes all checks and balances from the hiring process. Is this what the city of Long Beach wants? I ask the mayor to please tell the truth about the intent of Measure JB. And for the members of the audience, there's some information pamphlets on the table in the back. There are fact sheets that talk about what Measure JB is all about. Thank you very much.
After that, if we can have Eric Frost Hollins, is that Monge? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The mayor of Long Beach is proposing that we merge the Civil Service Department and the Civil Service Human Resources Department, promoting hiring efficiencies in a city. If that sounds familiar, it was attempted some years ago with Measure GG, and it failed. It failed because the voters of Long Beach recognized it for what it was. It was an attempt by the city to remove hiring safeguards that are part of the civil service system that would allow for hiring of campaign donors, friends, and members of special interest groups. If you read the argument in the ballot measure, the mayor would have you believe that the civil service is responsible for delays in hiring our police, fire, and public works employees. And this is reiterating with Dr. Williams. So civil service is responsible for the recruitment of individuals. However, for individuals who have qualifications to perform the work, nothing more, nothing less. Civil service provides a list of the names to the hiring departments, and the hiring departments willfully make every effort to sit on eligible lists. And you ask, why do they sit on eligible lists? Why do they delay in hiring? It's because if the person that they want to hire is not there, then they will sit on the list. If the person is not reachable on the list, they will sit on the list. Most recently, the city of Long Beach had a job fair, a one-day hiring event for their refuse workers because shortage of refuse operators was a critical event. Well, they were able to fill all their vacancies in one day, and guess what? All those individuals were already on an eligible list that the department had for almost a year. A second incident, the fire department, not too long ago, they had ambulance operators that had an accident because they fell asleep behind the wheel, and it was due to shortage. Guess what? The fire department had a list of, eligible list of 98 ambulance operators that they could have hired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my friends. So I'm not here representing my employer or any appointed authority. This is a relevant disclaimer. State law frowns on anything that implies public agency staff or any public resources are being used to influence elections for a particular result. Our role is informative only as public officials when we're acting as public officials. But we don't need to argue law because your own policy, board policy, is very clear about this. Your policy 2022, policy on political activity and board resolution, clearly states, the Board of Trustees will not take any position advocating or opposing any local, state, or national ballot measure or candidate. That is the full sentence and the full paragraph. There is no exception in that language. There is no prevarication. It is clear what your policies are. Now, we who are in a position of either creating policy or enforcing policy have certain privileges. But one of those things that we need to practice as a matter of good governance is not assuming that just because we are in the position of exercising authority over policy, that we can somehow exempt ourselves from our own policies. If this is your policy, I only ask that the Board of Trustees follow your own policy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Munoz, trustees. My name is Paul Barragan Monge. I am here in my capacity as an independent local Democratic activist to speak on 3 local city measures that are critical to the future of our city and to moving our city forward. So I'll take them in order, and I believe I might have 3 minutes for each. Is that right? All right. So I'll begin with the first one in the sequence that you've listed in the agenda, which is Measure LB. So for too long in the city of Long Beach, energy companies have gotten away with using our energy infrastructure, but without paying their fair share back to our city. These are energy companies that have had consequences and environmental impacts, but have not given back in the ways that they meaningfully and reasonably should. So right now, as the city of Long Beach is transitioning away from our reliance on oil revenues to fund core city services, we need to identify alternative revenue sources that support our police officers, our planners, our parks and recreation workers. And so in order to do that, we have to really scrutinize exemptions and tax policies that are no longer working for our city. And frankly, we cannot afford to have any more corporate bailouts for energy companies that are operating in the city of Long Beach. So what this particular policy proposes to do is to close a 30-year loophole that has exempted 2 power plants in particular, the Alamitos Energy Center run by AES and the Hayes Power Plant, from this exemption where they've not been required to pay the 5% utility users tax. Now, mind you, this is the same tax that we as residents, that small businesses must pay to support the services infrastructure of our city. But these 2 power plants operating in our city have been exempt for the last 30 years. And so with the removal of this exemption, it has the potential to generate about $15 million a year for the city of Long Beach. That'll translate to about $90 million worth of general fund revenues that'll support our parks and recreation, that'll support meals for seniors, that'll support our police officers and our firefighters, and all of the core services that our residents deeply rely on and depend on. So with that, I will shift the balance of my time to move on to the next measure, if that's okay. Great. So next up on the agenda, item 7.5. So there was some comment on earlier an item related to civil service reform in the city. So it takes about 7 months to over a year in some cases to hire an employee within our city government. And frankly, 12 months is far too long for anyone to sit around for a callback and an opportunity to serve our city. This outdated hiring practices and policies that are in some cases over 100 years old are creating chronic vacancies in our police department, our fire department, our public works department. And right now in the city of Long Beach, we have a 22% vacancy rate. So almost 1 out of every 4 jobs in our city is sitting vacant because we have these outdated practices and policies that deserve and need modernization. Now, this is having a significant impact on our public sector employees because we have employees who are now having to cover the workload of other employees in our city. And frankly, it's an injustice to our public sector workers, of course. But at the same time, it's a fundamental equity issue. Now, if I can leave you with this about this measure, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of working families in our city who are hungry for the economic opportunity that working for the city of Long Beach could provide, right? It provides healthcare benefits, a stable job. It provides the ability to support a family. And it's not only for working families. We think about the Long Beach City College students who are graduating from this very institutions, the very students that you all are serving, who would like to have an opportunity to serve and give back to their communities with a job in the city of Long Beach. But unfortunately, our outdated hiring policies are creating an arbitrary obstacle to their ability to join our city workforce. So what Measure JB does is 3 main components. The first component is that it consolidates the Civil Service and Human Resources Department into a single unified department to have all hiring processes under a single department to reduce the time it takes to hire people into our city workforce. It also maintains, and this is an important note, it maintains an independent Civil Service Employee Rights and Appeals Commission that will continue to address complaints and disciplinary actions as it does today, and also maintains a merit-based hiring standards that are based on qualifications, skills, and ability. So I know it's been said that this proposal does away with civil service. That is absolutely not the case. And if anyone has the opportunity to read the plain language of the proposal, you will see in it that the Civil Service Commission is maintained and those merit protections will continue as a part of these procedures. The third component that I'll touch on is the implementation of hiring preference. And this is germane to the very students in this room. This proposal seeks to create industry-leading, innovative hiring preferences for graduates of local institutions like Long Beach City College, like Cal State Long Beach and Dominguez Hills. It'll create preferences for apprenticeship program participants, for part-time employees who are seeking permanent employment with the city, and lastly, for the residents of Long Beach. So we ask for your consideration of support on this measure. The last measure here, moving on to my third point of conversation, is Measure HC. So this is a measure that is a cleanup, a good governance policy that hopes to shift and realign many of the provisions of our Harbor Department and our Harbor Commission to be consistent with the standards of other commissions within the city of Long Beach. The Long Beach Port, as you all well know, is one of the most important economic engines for our city, and it deserves to have greater transparency and faster processes to make sure that we are supplying our port with the staff that it needs to continue to deliver for our city and for our region. So this measure, HC, proposes 3 particular changes. It reduces the term length from Harbor Commission departments from 6 years to 4 years, which is consistent with the standard term length for most other commissions. It aligns the budget approval process for the Harbor Department with that of the city's standard budget process, again, to allow for greater transparency and communication to the public about what is included in our Harbor Department budget. It increases penalties for violations of department rules, and that's important as an added defense for wrongdoing or again, violations of the standards that we have as a public agency. And last, it creates greater transparency and accelerates the hiring process by allowing the day-to-day functions of approving employment opportunities within the city to the human resource professionals, as opposed to the commission having to review every single employment opportunity that comes before it. That's creating a backlog, and because of it, we have hundreds of unfilled roles in our port, and that is limiting our potential to deliver optimal efficiency and progress through our Port of Long Beach. So we ask for your consideration and support for this third good governance measure as well. And with that, I thank you for your time.
We do have one more speaker, Herman Long. Come on up on item 7.5.
Good evening. How are you? I hope you're all fine. My name is Herman Long. I'm a long-term resident of Long Beach. Gone through the entire school system here from elementary all the way through Long Beach State. In addition, I worked for 33 years in the Civil Service Department. I started out as an entry-level analyst and worked my way up through deputy director when I retired. I was in charge of the certification section. I provided the eligible list to the city departments for over 14 years, I believe. What the administration is doing is giving you bad information. It does not take civil service a year, which they are implying, to provide them with qualified candidates. There is a rule that says you will provide it to them, and they will hire within 90 working days. During my tenure, they simply weren't doing that. Now, when they talk about a year of hiring, what they're really talking about is police recruits and police officers. A friend of mine retired from the county of LA. He said it took him 11 months, and I said, did that seem like a long time? He said, no. When they push the envelope and try to do it in 3 or 4 months, they have nothing but problems and lawsuits 3 or 4 years from now because of how the police officers are treating the community. So they have to be vetted properly. With regard to one of the mayor's concerns about hiring locally, in addition to one of my jobs as a civil service employee was a recruiter. And I spent a lot of time on this campus, Long Beach State, and high schools. So we do our best to try to find qualified people to come in and apply. That's not always the case. There's certain technical positions where the candidates just don't have those qualifications, so you have to go outside. Very few cities have a harbor department, an energy department. These are high-tech positions, and it takes a long time. You're competing with LA County and LA City, and that's pretty much it, unless you go down to San Diego. With regard to providing preference for locals, we all want to see Long Beach folks survive and get jobs in here. I'm a Long Beach citizen. But right now, there is no legal way for the mayor or the city manager to give Long Beach local people extra credit. They're trying to make it sound like, well, we can just give them credit if they're on the eligible list. There is no legal way to do that. Veterans get credit because of the charter, section 1105, I believe it is. It says veterans get 10 points on top of their passing score. So if you can't do it legally, how are you going to do it? Illegally? I think you better think about it. And these students have been given a bad deal. I'm sorry. More importantly, the integrity of the system is what we got to protect. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to move on to item 2.7, reordering of the agenda. Do I have any requests from my colleagues on the board? Trustee Zia?
Yes, President Malauulu, I'd like to see if we can hear item 7.5 next, since we had a lot of speakers here today, or perhaps after 3.2 resolutions.
Any other requests? Any objections to that request? 7.5, City of Long Beach Measure JB. All right. I'm okay with moving that. Let's just move it after the resolutions. Any other additions? Okay, so we're going to move on to section 3 on the agenda. Item 3.1 is a resolution for Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month. I do need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 091124B, recognizing National Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month as submitted.
So moved. Second.
We've got a motion by Trustee Baxter, second by Trustee Chico. Any discussion on this item? I would just like to add, once again, thank you to staff for making this resolution happen. I don't remember if we're in the 3rd or 4th year now. It's been a few years, and I am personally very grateful, not only for this particular resolution, but also all of the other resolutions that recognize our students and our community's cultural heritage. All right, Madam Secretary, I don't think we need a roll call vote for this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. And just so everyone knows, we're going to wait to pass all the resolutions before we go down and take photographs, just to expedite the agenda. Item 3.2, and also one other thing, for the benefit of the public, all of these resolutions are attached on board docs. You're welcome to view them and print them and share them. Item 3.2, resolution, Student Parent Month. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 091124C, recognizing Student Parent Month as submitted.
So moved. Second.
We've got a motion by Trustee Chico, second by Trustee Zia. And any discussion on this item? All right, let's go ahead and take a vote, and then we do have some speakers on that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We would like to hear from our speakers first. I understand that we have two. We've got Cristina Barrios, Director, EOPS, CARE, CalWorks, next up, Guardian Scholars and Dream Services. And we've got Justin Mendez, Director, Basic Needs Program and CASA Grant. Come on up, please.
Cool. Awesome. Hello, everybody. Greetings to the board, to everyone here today, and the dozens watching online. It's my honor to share a couple of words on behalf of both Cristina Barrios and myself, who lead many of our parent-student efforts today. This fall semester, we have over 3,000 parenting students enrolled. Last week, some of us attended a student-parent summit in Los Angeles, and the Director of Financial Aid at LA Trade Tech shared an updated calculator determining a more accurate cost of attendance for parenting students based off the age and number of children they have. For a parent of 3 school-age children, the updated cost of attendance exceeded $100,000 after accounting for the family's childcare, food cost, healthcare, and miscellaneous. Our LBCC cost of attendance is currently listed under $32,000. Thankfully, that gap in need does not outmatch the hustle of our parenting students, whose completion success rates are higher than our non-parenting students. Woo woo. And thankfully, we as LBCC also acknowledge the importance of enhancing these supports for these students. For example, Raise the Bar, who provides a 2-gen approach and monthly subsidies for single-parent, housing insecure students. Baby to Baby, that's providing parenting supplies like diapers, wipes, and children's clothes to our Viking vaults. Our Student Parent Basic Needs Grants, that's providing $500 of a grant for up to 200 students. Our Aspen Grants that are increasing awareness, data collection, and consolidation of our parenting resources. And our current September showers, which in honor of National Student Parent Month, we're accepting donations all month long. Hint, hint, hint. You can find the donation bins across campus, and we're accepting diapers, wipes, toys, children's clothes, anything to help out our parenting students. And then lastly, I have to finish with a few special shout outs to Dr. Munoz, who raises awareness and advocates for student parents constantly, not just at LBCC and beyond. He was a panel member at that Student Parent Summit. He's been featured in documentaries and always is doing great work to help out student parents nationally. Board member Herlinda Chico, who helped connect us with Baby to Baby years ago, always donates very fly clothing for our students in the Viking Closet, and also helped kickstart our current September shower efforts. VPs Dr. Corral and Dr. Kirkwood, who are also constantly in support and helped us secure our very first family center that's gonna be opening at our TTC campus this spring. Definitely Deans Deborah and Javier, who help oversee our departments, initiatives, and collaborations. And most importantly, our CalWorks, Care, and Basic Needs staff, who work directly with our student parents every single day and make sure their needs are met and they're getting what they need. Thank you.
All right, so it's just one of you that'll be speaking today? You had lots of enthusiasm, so we'll take it. Before we proceed, I have asked Dr. Munoz if he would share speak on this particular item. I know it's something near and dear to his heart, and he has personal experience and has even been nationally recognized by, he's been to Washington, D.C. for advocating for this, and we're very proud of him. So Dr. Munoz?
Thank you, Board President Malulu. I just want to really extend my appreciation to Justin and Christina and everyone across campus, faculty, staff, administrators who work really hard to increase a sense of belonging, mattering, and support of our parenting students. Long Beach City College has come a long way in a relatively short amount of time. I want to remind folks back in 2018, I remember the first time I walked the student services buildings, there were actual signs with clip art of kids in strollers with lines through them saying, don't bring your kids to campus. And to be able to go from that and fast forward in just a short amount of time to a Boys and Girls Club on campus and all the activities that we have and supports for our parenting students, I think is very transformational. So again, thank you to the faculty, staff, and leadership that have really been leading these efforts. As well as I want to extend my deep appreciation to the Board of Trustees. I think a lot of times these conversations started with how we better support our students who have an unmet basic needs or might be struggling with housing insecurity. And we know that those issues and challenges compound for our student parents. And so really, again, thank you to our Board of Trustees for their leadership.
Thank you. Would any of my colleagues, I know Trustee Chico would like to speak. I'll open it up to my colleagues. Go ahead.
I think she had her light.
Oh, Trustee Baxter, I'm sorry.
But do you want to go first? No, go ahead. Okay. No, I just wanted to say, in response to the student-parent activity in September, the Long Beach City College Foundation at their next board meeting is asking board members to bring baby wipes, diapers, all kinds of things, because these are so essential. I don't have children and I don't have babies, but if you go in the store and look at the cost of Pampers, it's ridiculous how much these things cost. So anybody can do that. You could, if you want to help, you can bring your donation to the foundation office, and then on September 19th when we meet, it'll just be added to the pile for Justin's basic needs. So this, and Christina, he didn't even let you talk, but thank you very much for all you do and all the wonderful programs that you run. So just wanted to let them know.
Thank you, Trustee Chico.
You know, when I was elected and Dr. Munoz and I first connected, I think our connection really strengthened when I learned his story about being a young single parent, because I came from teenage parents. And, you know, my mom never received her degree. In fact, she was in high school and kind of put on the other side of campus because it was taboo and she was made to feel ashamed. And now we look at the programs and services that we provide to our student parents today. I can't even imagine where my mom would be. My father had to drop out of his first semester of college at Cal State Long Beach. My mom didn't graduate from high school, but went on to work in international exporting. So can you imagine what she would have accomplished had she had the opportunities here? Thank you to Justin and to Christina. You guys are amazing. I love dropping off clothes all the time. I love the feedback I hear. I've been trying to get the flyer up for the baby shower. It's going to be part of my report, but I've been having trouble getting the information to Dario. I will have the flyer up as part of my board report for the September showers. That just kind of came out organically. It was like, hey, let's throw a big baby shower so we can get, you know, diapers and wipes and fill up the pantry again. Connecting with Baby to Baby. I'd been working with them for years, and you all just took it a few years ago, and they've been providing pallets of diapers and wipes this whole time. So the work that you all have been doing just expands. And so when I connected you with Baby to Baby, you blew it up. And then with LBCC, you said, hey, can I take the lead on this if you're having these conversations with Paul? I'm like, yes, please. and Justin and Christina, you did it again. You took an idea and you ran with it, and you did more than what I even expected. This is going to be a huge turnout. I'm promoting it on my social media. I'll have it in my board report. I'm encouraging everybody to do it, and we're doing this all month long. We need to provide these resources because it is so incredibly expensive to have children, and we want these babies to succeed, and we want these students to succeed. So thank you so much for the work that you do.
Anyone else? My oldest daughter was born on May 14th, 2000, and on May 26th, 12 days later, I walked the stage at Cal State Dominguez getting my master's. So that means that last semester I was very, very pregnant, and it was really difficult being in a classroom, parking. I was teaching during the day and going to night school. And I remember asking if I could park closer, because by the time I got there, after a long day of work, the parking lots were full, and I was parking on Victoria and Central, and there was no place to park. And the university said, no, you know, if the parking lot's full, the parking lot's full. There were no provisions for pregnant women. There were no provisions. And I was also doing concurrent enrollment at Cal State Long Beach to finish up part of my English language waiver. Same thing. And I remember having to park far, walk through campus at Cal State Dominguez Hills, 8 months pregnant at night, no provisions, nothing. There was nothing available to support student parents. And I wasn't the only one. There were other women who were pregnant, some who had just had a baby, and I just couldn't wait to finish school. And I kept thinking, what happens to everybody who's still got a couple more years left once the baby's born, once they have to stop their education? And that was 24 years ago. And I'm so proud that Long Beach City College has come this far and done so much to be able to support our student parents and their children, because we do support their children. It's a holistic approach, having the Boys and Girls Club on campus. And I think the reason why we do that is because Dr. Munoz had that experience. And I know Trustee Untuck, he's being shy today, but he also talks about when he was at Long Beach City College and he was a young father. So these are stories that resonate with all of us, and we've really put our heads together and brainstormed ways to, you know, we want to eliminate barriers. Whatever is preventing our students from pursuing their education, whether it's food, housing, being a parent, daycare, babysitting. Today, I think if someone asked to park closer because they were 8 months pregnant and they got out of class at 10 o'clock at night, I think we would be able to help that person instead of me being told no by two different institutions. So I'm proud of this resolution. We would like to take a photo with both the Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month and the Student Parent Month groups. So if you would please join us here on the dais, we'll meet you there. Thank you. All right, everybody. Thank you once again for your hard work. We're going to move on. Because the agenda was reordered, we're going to move on to item 7.5. And 7.5 reads, it is an action item. This is the City of Long Beach Measure JB. I do need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve a position to support the City of Long Beach Measure JB. In order for us to have a discussion, I do need that motion and a second.
So moved.
We've got a motion by Trustee Untuck. I will go ahead and second it for the purpose of discussion. And to kick off the discussion, I have also asked Dr. Munoz if he would give us a little background. I know that we did have some public comments on this item, and I think it's important for the public to have full transparency and to understand the process, and there's no one better than Dr. Munoz to educate all of us and walk us through that.
Thank you, Board President Malulu. As you mentioned, there's been some questions or discussions around these items, so I'd like to maybe walk through for the board as well as members of our campus community the process that was followed in adding these items to the agenda and what is before you tonight. And not just item 7.5, but the other items that are up for potential positions. So as was mentioned and referenced earlier, we do have a board policy, policy 22, Policy on Political Activity and Board Resolutions, and I'd like to, read a clause. The Board of Trustees will not take any position advocating or opposing a local, state, or national legislative matter, except if should vote to do so in a case which is of direct concern of the Long Beach Community College District. And so, understanding that there is that exception for items that intersect with the interests of the district, there is an opportunity for the board to consider taking a position. I did not feel myself that I was necessarily should be the sole person making the determination of what falls under that criteria. So I reached out to Board Counsel Vincent Ewing and provided him both with a copy of our policy as well as EDCO language, and asked him to review the different items that were submitted to determine what would fall under that clause of items of direct concern of Long Beach Community College District. And based on Counsel Ewing's analysis, I would like to refer to Counsel Ewing to walk you through his analysis. But I just wanted, for point of clarification, kind of give you that background of how that analysis was conducted. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Just to be
Munoz.
clear, sorry to interrupt, but you are going to walk us through the process for all of these resolutions, not just 7.5, right? How the policy applies and your interpretation for each, and then we will just vote on 7.5 now.
That's correct, Board
Okay.
President. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, my pleasure. Thank you, Board President Malauulu, Dr. Munoz. So we had a conversation. You asked me to look into the item that's before you and the board policy compared to the Ed Code section that is relevant. This stemmed from some communications that you had from the community about some concerns of the district complying with its board policy and with the state law. So the law that I looked at that pertains to this particular item is Ed Code section 7054. And the items that you have before you are various measures and or propositions. They're all considered legislative items, by the way, by definition. So just to summarize, the board, per the policy, Board Policy 2022, can support ballot measures or propositions if they directly affect the district. The board must avoid using public funds or resources for promotion beyond normal district activities. In my analysis, I provided an example. For example, an ad supporting a measure would likely violate Ed Code section. A TV ad supporting a measure would likely violate Ed Code section 7054. However, coverage of the board's anticipated action on the items before it now regarding the measure on TV might be acceptable if meetings are typically broadcast, which they are. That's an example to give you to give you a distinction between advocacy and taking action by the board with respect to a policy position in the normal course and activities of the board's meetings. That's what you are doing here. You're meeting. This is the normal course of your business, and you're considering weighing in on policies that may have a direct impact or interest of the district. Now, specifically, I'll go through each proposed measure or proposition, and I'll give you my quick weigh-in on whether or not I believe it actually applies to or is in the interest of the district. So the first item is 7.3, and that's the agenda item that pertains to Measure C. I'm not going to recite all of that measure. It's before you. The public has it on the agenda, but my conclusion as to that particular agenda item is 7.3 is of direct concern to the Long Beach Community College District, and so therefore you can take action on that item. 7.4, same. I'm not going to recite what you have on the agenda and what the public has before it. But with respect to 7.4, is that item of direct concern to the Long Beach Community College District? My answer to that question is yes. 7.5, same. It's Measure JB. I'm not going to read all of the language that is on the agenda, but the question is that agenda item 7.5 of direct concern of the Long Beach Community College District? The answer to that question is yes. To what agenda item, to what does agenda item 7.6 pertain? And 7.6, again, is set forth before you on the agenda and for the public to read. I'm not going to recite that measure, but the question is that of direct concern to the Long Beach Community College District? The answer to that question is no. 7.7, that's local county measure A. And the question is 7.7 of direct concern to the Long Beach Community College District? And the answer to that question is yes. 7.8, that is measure G. And the question is that 7.8 of direct concern to the Long Beach Community College District? The answer to that question is no. 7.9, that's State California Proposition 2. Is 7.9 of direct concern to the Long Beach Community College District? The answer to that question is yes. 7.10, which is Prop 3. The question is, is 7.10 of direct concern to the Long Beach Community College District? The answer to that question is yes. 7.11, State Proposition 6. And is Proposition 6 of direct interest to the Community College District? And the answer to that question is, give me a second. And the answer to that question is, let me back up a little. I lost track. Prop 3, 7.10 on the agenda. Is it of direct concern to LBCCD? The answer is yes. 7.11, Prop 6. Is 7.11 of direct concern to LBCCD? The answer is no. 7.11? Yes. And that's, the proposition number is 6. 7.12, that's Prop 32. Is it of direct concern to LBCCD? The answer is yes. And then the broader question that the Education Code previously cited asks, Ed Code 7054 asks this broader question, and it says, you know, the district can weigh in or take action on these items if the informational activities that the district is engaged in right now are authorized by the California Constitution and or the laws of the state of California. And the question posed is, will your actions be consistent with the California Constitution and the states of the law and the state laws of California? The answer to that question is yes. So in conclusion, the board can support ballot measures and propositions if they directly affect the Long Beach Community College District. That concludes my presentation on this particular item. I can answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Board Counsel Ewing. I have a couple of questions. First of all, I would like to thank you for taking the time. I understand that you weren't given a whole bunch of time to come up with these recommendations, but it looks pretty thorough to me. The first question that I have, I was told, and I hope I'm not wrong, it was either CCLC or CCCT, one of the state organizations, Community College League of California or Community College Trustee Association of California, whichever one of those, I was told that anything that pertains to the communities and the districts that we serve, any measure, any legislation, any proposition that directly connects to our community, not necessarily our community college district or our students, but because we represent the community on the college board, I was told that we were able to weigh in on that. But I could not find that in writing. I wasn't able to find, I tried to find one of those organizations if there was a policy written anywhere. And I don't want to put you on the spot. I know you didn't have time to prepare that, and obviously you can't speak for either organization. I get that. But is that consistent with the recommendations that you're making with what is affecting the communities that we represent and how it relates to the legislation in the district?
I would say in response to that question, generally yes. And so the phrase that I kept repeating is, as I went through this memo, is, are you weighing in, or are your activities about things that pertain to or are of direct concern to LBCCD? And the majority of the items before you, the answer to that question is yes. But there were 3, I believe, where the answer is no. And it was pretty clear that some measures simply just from reading the language of either the proposition or the measure, I couldn't find the nexus at all. One, just roughly speaking, I think one had to do with term limits and reorganizing an appointed commission. That I couldn't find the nexus. I think would be a stretch. That would be an example.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
The second question that I have involves, let's just say we take action today. Hypothetically speaking, if we take action to support or not support, can that action be rescinded at a future board meeting if it's properly agendized?
Well, certainly you can undo what you do. So yes, and also I will say to you and to anybody listening, you don't have to, you're not duty bound to take any action tonight. You can, but you're not forced to, you're not required to. So if there's anything that's giving you pause or giving you reason to maybe not want to do this or make you feel uncomfortable about doing it, you don't have to do it. It's as simple as that. I mean, you're the elected body. You all get to decide on what you're going to do tonight.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are all the questions that I have. Trustee Baxter?
Yes, hi. Thanks, Mr. Ewing, for looking these things up. I've been around for a long time, and I don't ever remember us supporting any measure except the bond measure. And so I want to know, how did this come about? Because, you know, unless you could tell me in 1981 this was on the board agenda, I'd have to believe you. But I don't recall this happening, and I'm concerned. The reason I'm bringing this up is this is opening us up to getting involved in things that, in my opinion, don't have anything to do with Long Beach City College. And we have our own rules. We have a memorandum 2002 that says the board cannot take issues on any ballot initiatives that do not directly involve the college. And I understand that, you know, you'd like to think that the homeless one, I didn't start writing down right away. The Prop 3 involves us. Prop 2 involves us, and Prop 32. And I just think we're starting a very dangerous precedent, and I'm going to vote no on everything except Proposition AC, which is our bond initiative.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. Just there's a question in there. The way this came about was a constituent communicated to the district, and that communication came to my attention.
Yeah.
So a constituent brought it up, and I analyzed the issue. That's how it came up.
Did he propose all these issues? He
No.
brought up that it shouldn't be considered, right?
Right, the communication was from a member of the community who said, you know, I looked at your agenda and, you know, I don't think you should be weighing in on these things. And that individual cited the board policy. So I analyzed the issue, I took a look at the ed code, the government code, and the relevant case law and authorities on the issue, and I've reached my conclusion.
Okay, but why did he bring it up unless someone, and maybe I'm wrong, said, let's put this on the agenda? I'm sure he wasn't sleeping in bed and thinking, oh, I got to come up with something.
It was
So he sent this out, but why was it on the agenda to begin with?
Oh, I don't know, yeah. That part I don't know. The agenda was posted, then the communication from the community
have
member
them.
came in, yeah.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, thank you. Do you have an additional question before we have? Okay, so anyone else on the dais? And then I'm going to have Dr. Munoz close this out for us, but Trustee Zia, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I agree with Dr. Baxter. First of all, the way this came about was our superintendent took a position on this measure, and he hasn't since recanted his position, even though the board hadn't made a determination. And I like our superintendent a lot. I just don't think that was appropriate. And that's how the genesis of this discussion came about. I was at the city council meeting on August 6th, and I wasn't afforded 90 seconds to discuss this as a constituent, as my First Amendment right. So I'm going to reclaim that time. It is inappropriate to advertise, and it's not prevarication, it's not even equivocating, it's a flat out lie that under the false flag of efficiency, we want to modernize hiring. That is absolutely inaccurate. Every department head in the city does the hiring, civil service doesn't. And it's actually incorrect to say that they are hindering the process of hiring. In fact, this is going to slow down, the proposal is going to slow down the hiring because as it stands, they can't hire fast enough. If anything, it's antithetical to their argument. Second, if it was such a great measure, why is it that the biggest union representing City of Long Beach employees are not supporting it? I stand with our union brothers and sisters. I think it is against worker protections, this measure, and I don't think it is going to cause more efficiencies. If anything, it's going to invite corruption by politicians, and that's not what our community wants. Civil service is imperative to the rights of workers, and that is why I'm going to vote against this. And just like Dr. Baxter, and I appreciate your analysis, it appears that the letter was sent on September 7th. I'm disappointed that I'm getting an analysis today at the dais. I haven't even been able to synthesize this analysis. I like a second opinion. I really like you, Board Counsel Ewing, nothing against your opinion. We just have a different perspective. I disagree. The board policy flat out says the Board of Trustees will not take any position advocating or opposing any local, state, or national ballot measure or candidate, period. And that's August 2011 that it was passed. So therefore, I will also vote no on this item.
Thank you. Trustee Antec?
Before I start, I have raise a question for Board Counsel Ewing. My understanding, this is from the City of Long Beach measure, correct?
Yes.
And my question is, as an employee of the City of Long Beach, which I believe Trustee Zia is, and this measure may pass and have a material impact on her current or future employment, or if it doesn't pass, it may advantage her employment status. Is that a disqualifying conflict of interest in participating in the discussion or voting on this tonight?
It could be. I'd have to talk to Trustee Z and get more information from her about her employment, her source of income, and then I'd have to analyze the proposal and see if it would in fact have a direct or indirect impact on her or income. And then my recommendation would be to seek an opinion from the FPPC or the AG in conjunction with that exercise. And whenever there's a potential for, or there's a specter of the possibility of the need to recuse oneself, my advice after having done this for a few years is to, when in doubt, sit it out. So.
If I can just add, would the city attorney also need to weigh in on that need for trustee Zia to recuse herself from discussing and voting on this item?
That would be a conversation. Again, the city attorney represents the employees of the city of Los Angeles, so, I mean, Long Beach. So certainly that's a conversation. If trustee Zia chose to have it with me, that would be something like, I would say, like, hey, why don't we talk to the city attorney and see what they say?
I'm sorry, can I?
Trustee Ntuk has the floor.
I'll continue. Thank you. I want to say thank you to Board Counsel Ewing and Dr. Munoz for doing the review, and I want to thank the members of the public who came out and speak in support or opposition today of the different measures. I think this is an important role of this board to talk about policy. I know we had a lot of consternation about dealing with policy or policies being dealt with without our participation, and tonight is that opportunity. I am in support of the measure, JB. I'm not opposed to it. I do see the value of the living wage, healthcare, retirement, and economic opportunity it provides. I used to be a former City of Long Beach employee, and it did take 1 year for me to get hired from 2010 to 2011. And that is an extraordinary long time to wait for employment. And so I know there was a pilot done that was able to reduce hiring below 90 days. So it is possible in the city. I know many of the same comments and allegations were raised at City Council, but the City Council still passed, moved forward unanimously. I know there's some blame being put on the mayor, but the mayor didn't even vote on this measure. It was the City Council members. There is labor support from this. Our Long Beach Firefighter Union supports this. Our Long Beach police officers support it. And the Machinists Union support it. There's all letters of support on the council file for folks who want to go look at that. This does have a direct nexus with us of giving job preference to our students and our alumni. And that's important because we talk about, City College changing people's lives, but that's both in the public sector and the private sector. And so this creates public sector opportunities. I would like to refresh Trustee Baxter's memory. On August 26, 2020, you voted for 2 ballot measures, Prop 15 and Prop 16, that were state ballot measures that were on the November ballot in 2020. This is not precedent setting today. This is very common here at other community colleges and school districts across the region and in California. As we heard, this is not illegal for us to do this, nor is this political activity. This is an informational item. There is impartial analysis provided, not for or against. Everyone can take a position. They can weigh the merits of the position, the people spoke for and against, what the different analysis say, and make a position. And so I am in support of that, but I just wanted to remind Trustee Baxter that she did vote for. Were these state banned? No, these are state ballot measures. One was to repeal affirmative action. The other one was for a local community funding act for increased funding for public schools, which we would have received money from.
Thank you. She's still gonna vote no.
Excuse me, I have the floor. Additionally, I'd like to clarify, now I'm done, Board Counsel Ewing, the politicization of tonight's agenda item. This is a political item. This has been politicized by Trustee Zia. She comes here and makes speculation and spurious allegations against Superintendent President Munoz, blaming him for the situation unfairly and inaccurately. And if you want to talk about a lie, what she said earlier was a lie, because he did not put this forward, he did not recommend it. I put forward these measures because I wanted us to have a discussion because of all the crowing about not having an opportunity to weigh in on public policy. And so this is our opportunity to weigh in on public policy. I did not select all the measures that are on the ballot. I thought these ones were directly relevant and 3 were not, which is okay with me. And I'm glad we had additional legal review, and I want to thank Eric for bringing that to our attention, and we were able to address the matter for the other 3, but not this item today. And so I'm going to be voting in favor of this. I would like to ask that we don't use these opportunities to attack our superintendent, to attack the mayor, to make false claims, and really just talk to the merits of the issue. You know, that's what we're here for, and that's what we should be voting on, not on our political positions.
President Malauulu, can I ask a clarifying question? Or
Yeah,
after-
Trustee Zia, let's go the first time speaker, Trustee Chico on this issue, and then we'll go back second time around.
Thank you. Trustee Ntuk, I agree with most of what you said. I think it is important that we learn about measures and propositions that could impact us. The concern that I have is the interpretation of what intersects with us. And I think that it's our legal counsel's interpretation that these do intersect, and so that I think the word that you used was a direct concern of the district. I'm not completely convinced that there is a direct concern of the district. So I'm just looking at it from the legal point of not wanting to get into any trouble. And I think that we should be cautious moving forward. I would suggest holding off on these if possible, just to allow us more time. Board Counsel, you said that we didn't have to vote on this. We could just discuss it. So I'm not comfortable voting on this tonight. If I had to vote on this tonight, then I would likely be a no.
All right, anyone else?
Yes.
Trustee Zia?
There's been a couple of things that have been said that I want to correct the record. Mr. Ntuk, it is absolutely bad faith to accuse anyone of impugning our superintendent. Our mayor, I have nothing against them. I just disagree with their perspective. In fact, on the August 6th council meeting, our mayor brought up our superintendent president's support in his remarks and brought up his letter, and it was the signature of our superintendent president. And I've spoken to our superintendent president. I'm not impugning him. I think he has put in certain remedies in place. I would have liked to have that statement be recanted, but I understand that was not the desire of the full board. And now we are here discussing it. At the same time, I don't want to be accused, since you're making false allegations consistent with your custom and pattern and practice, that this is going to create a conflict of interest, or it has a financial interest in getting FPPC and city attorney. So since we're taking a vote tonight, out of abundance of caution, I'll abstain, just so that there's no perceived notion of conflict of interest. So I want to just correct that. Earlier I said no, and I did not have a legal opinion that would suggest that I can't participate in the legal discussions or in the discussions on the item. So notwithstanding any issues or legal issues, out of abundance of caution, I will abstain on this item and other items on this item area 7. Thank you.
I would just, before we close off, Dr. Munoz is going to make a couple of closing remarks, but there are 2 points that I would like to make. Point number 1, Dr. Munoz, or any superintendent president, has the authority to make decisions that directly impact our district as he sees fit and based on his due diligence and research. And the board does have the opportunity to make changes to those recommendations or positions if it is deemed worthy or necessary to do. That's point number 1. Point number 2, this is not the first time this board has voted on legislation or on other measures. It has happened before. So, you know, it really frustrates me when, and this happens all the time, the public sees it happening all the time. There are constant barriers. Things are unnecessarily politicized, unnecessarily weaponized, and then there are disruptions which prevent us from carrying out the good work that we are supposedly committed to doing for our district, that would advance our community, that would make our students have better opportunities. And if you look into some of these measures, and I'll admit that I haven't looked into all of them, but this one in particular, 7.5 agenda item, I did attend various meetings. I did talk to different sectors in the community, including the union that is opposing it, and I did get research and information to ask, why are you opposing it? And the reasons that were presented were not sufficient for me to not make a determination. When I asked Dr. Munoz to seek the advice of legal counsel, which Dr. Munoz did very quickly, I believe, I'm sorry, my days are very long, but was it yesterday when I asked you to do that? I think it was just yesterday. The fact that he was able to get this turned around yesterday, that's very last minute. And that's because I was already hearing, I was already getting calls, I was already getting texts. And I said, I'd like to have a legal opinion on this. Please prepare it. And it was done, and it was consistent with the research that I did. Now, I don't want to belabor the point or keep going on, but again, Dr. Munoz has the right. That's his job. It's his right to do that. He's out there. He's in the community. He's talking to people. And number two, this is not the first time this has happened, folks. It's happened before. So educate yourselves. Everyone has a right to an opinion. Everyone has a right. Until you're the one that actually has the opportunity to sit on a dais such as this and weigh the pros and cons and weigh both sides or sometimes multiple sides of an issue, then you make the best decision that you think will benefit our students, that you think will benefit our community. And you have a right to do that. And sometimes we're attacked for those decisions, but the public doesn't have the information that we have. They're not privy to the homework that we've done. So it's not like I just walked in here today and said, I'm going to vote this way. No, this has been a 2 or 3 month process. This has been an ongoing discussion. This has, again, I've done my homework and I know the position that I'm prepared to take based on the work that I've done and the research that I've conducted. And I hope everybody else on the dais can respect that. Just like I respect other people's opinion. We all have a right to do that, but to be combative and attack people based on their opinion, there are 5 of us here. We all have 5 different opinions. What I don't like is the lies, saying it's never happened, or saying he didn't have a right to do that. That's not true. That's not true. Those are lies. He had a right to do that, and it's been done before, period. Now, can we please get on with the business of running this district? Dr. Munoz, you wanted to say a few closing words.
Sure. Thank you, Board President Malauulu. Just really briefly, I don't think I need to summarize everything I heard, but I would just reiterate that Council Ewing's point that as you go through tonight, apart from voting yes or no, you can accept these items as information items. So, I just wanted to make sure procedurally that the board recognizes and understands the different range of options they have before them. And then not to contradict you in any way, Trustee Zia, but just as a point of clarification, I just received this analysis shortly before coming into the board meeting, so I had my assistant print copies so that I could have them for you. I did not receive this analysis on, I think you said September 7th. So this analysis that you're referring to was dated September 11th from Council Ewing at the top. So I just received this, shortly before coming into the board meeting because he had to work through the process to conduct the analysis. So again, I just don't want you to think I was withholding something from the board, and I wanted to clarify that I shared it with you in a timely manner.
Also, I'm just going to add that when the agenda was released on Friday, I've been out of the country. I was out of the country from Thursday till Monday. Dr. Munoz and I spoke yesterday. The first thing I asked him to do was get a legal opinion. So the work has been done in as expeditiously a manner as possible, with as much sense of urgency as possible, so that we could do the work, so that we could be prepared while we're here. So having said that, I'd like to call for the question. We do have a motion and a second.
Can I maybe offer a substitute motion?
It would be up to the maker of the motion, Trustee Untuck, if he would accept a friendly amendment.
It's to make these informational items.
Trustee Untuck, would you accept changing this to informational items only?
Can I ask why?
I really am concerned about the legal aspect. I'm personally going to support probably most of these measures. I'm really concerned about the liability of the district. And we did get a legal opinion, but we've had legal opinions before that haven't gone our way because of a different interpretation. So I think we just need to be cautious. So I'm a little bit, I don't think that this is so important to the district that it's going to have a serious, serious impact. I think by sharing the information, that's a good thing. But I'm afraid, not afraid, I'm cautious about the possibility of litigation.
So Trustee Untuck, do you accept the suggested amendment that we change this to, and I'd like a legal opinion, can we change it, because it's agendized as an action item, can we make it an information-only item even though it's agendized as action?
So you can, again, if you have consensus amongst yourself, you can not take action on this item and just receive it and file it.
So we wouldn't need to vote yes or no?
No.
Okay, so Trustee Untuck, would you accept the amendment to make item 7.5 and possibly the other items as just informational items only without calling for a vote? Except for 7.3.
The question of the friendly amendment would be just this item or for, I mean, I guess my motion is only for this item, not for all items, so.
I'm so sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
No, I was saying, that, just clarifying, my motion is only for this item, not all items, so I can't take a friendly or do anything on all the rest of the items right now. We can in a minute or two. But just to clarify, do you only not want to vote on this measure or on all measures?
All except for 7.3, because that is our measure. So I'm okay with something that we should be supporting what we're trying to sell, right? What we're trying to put out. But these are other, and maybe because we are so politically aware, I've seen the riff on Measure G. And I know we wouldn't, vote on that. But I've heard the debates, and I think some of these, I don't know if they directly impact the college. So for me, that's all I'm going on is this going to be a liability for the college because we have overstepped and we have violated a policy?
I'm not an attorney and I can't say if it's not going to be a liability, but I think that's a stretch of the word because the policy does say if it's directly pertaining to the district. And there's sufficient relationship there. There's enough of a correlation there that it would impact the district, especially when written into the actual legislation, it says community colleges. I mean, how much more of a connection do you need? The words community college are written into it. Sorry, guys, I'm just, I'm not a forensic, analyst, but the words community college are written into the language. That's good enough for me, because guess what? We are a community college.
Where is it written?
So,
I guess I'll just say, no, let's just
No,
continue
that's
on.
totally fine. Thank you for the consideration. I appreciate, no, totally fine. Thank you.
okay, all right, so in absence of the acceptance of the friendly amendment to the motion, we do have a motion. I seconded it for the purpose of discussion. Madam Secretary, we're going to just do a roll call vote on this, please. This is for item 7.5. As a reminder, that the Board of Trustees approve a position to support the City of Long Beach Measure JB. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to read, because of this spirited discussion that we've had. Here is City of Long Beach Measure JB. This measure would amend the city's charter to combine the Civil Service and Human Resources departments into one unified department to manage all employee recruitment, hiring, and certifications, and establish an independent Civil Service Employee Rights and Appeals Commission to resolve complaints regarding civil service rules, to adjudicate classified employee disciplinary appeals, and to implement classified hiring preferences for Long Beach residents, students from local colleges and universities, current employees, and certain internships, apprenticeships. Madam Secretary, I'd like to call for a roll call vote, please.
Informational vote, student trustee Gonzalez.
No.
Virginia Baxter.
No.
Erlinda Chico.
No.
Vivian Malauulu.
Yes.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Yes.
Sunny Zia.
Abstain.
Thank you. Motion fails in light of a lack of majority vote. We're going to move on to section 4 on the agenda, standing reports. Item 4.1, ASB President Report. Shamanique Harris, come on up. And welcome. And Shamanique, I just want to let you know that I didn't see you earlier. I would have asked you to lead us in the flag salute today, so you're on for October.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Mike Munoz, and esteemed Board of Trustee member, faculty, and staff, and any students here today. My name is Shamanique Harris, and I'm honored to be serving as the ASB President for the academic year 2024-25. And I'm also a President's Ambassador at Long Beach City College. I'm a second-year student majoring in social work, and I am committed to bringing more visibility to resources and engagement to both campuses. I have a few events today that I'll be reporting on, but first, I want to shout out to Dr. Mike Munoz and the exec team that came out on Week of Welcome for Students. They really appreciate it, and they sent their greetings and said they love that. So looking forward for more engagement in our community. For the first 2 weeks of school, it was really awesome. Students love the campus. For the new students that are coming in, they're like, oh, we love this campus. And would you even believe it, like the new center for Student Union in the B building, the students are there like every single day. Like you could go there any single time and see the room filled with students. They're there engaging, they're talking, doing their homework. It's just filled with energy and love inside the building. So also want to shout out to the Student Union staff for making it welcoming for students on campus as well. There is a lot of events planned on campus, both campuses, and make sure we have events on both campuses. We have a lot of events. I just have a few that I want to touch base on. The Black Student Success Center, it has been really good in there. The energy is good in the Black Student Success Center, and students are really grateful for the new tutors that they have in the center right now. Join the Club Day. Today we had Join the Club Day at the LAC campus in the A-Quad from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We'll be having it again tomorrow, same time, but focusing on fundraising for clubs so they could get chartered. And on the 19th of September, they will be moving to the TTC campus where students could go ahead and meet these different exec or board members for the clubs and just join on and just have build a better community, get engaged and find their belonging in their space. We're also having ASB After Dark. So very often students say, what do we do for evening students? So ASB After Dark, where we'll be having ASB After Dark on the LAC campus, September 17 from 5:30 to 7 p.m. This will be providing snacks or a bite and drink for students, also collaborating with the basic needs. So they'll be there having resources for students so they could get on their way to class if they're having a break or if they're leaving. So we're there supporting the evening students as well. Also, we'll be having ASB After Dark on the 18th of September at the TTC campus from 6 to 7:30 p.m. And just want to make sure everybody knows that we're working on having all these events on both campuses, so we don't leave anyone out, or we want everybody to feel welcome on campus, because we spread awareness a lot about diversity and inclusion on campus, and that's what we're working for this, not just this semester, but we're in full force making sure we're out there for the students, and they see that we're here to represent them in student body government. Next, we have our Viking Volunteer Special event, Beach Cleanup. This is always awesome. It's at the Roses Dog Beach. It's gonna be September 21st, 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. If anyone is available, please come out on that day to support us as well. We'll be volunteering, so the students of the Long Beach City College that partake in this event will be getting Viking volunteer hours. So that is really good. Next, we'll be having an open house in the B building, so that's B105, that's where our student union is currently. We'll be having different departments coming in just to learn more about the center and see what we have to offer for students there. This will be on October 1st from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Something exciting that's coming up again. We'll be having a student forum with Dr. Corral and Dr. Douglas, myself, and student trustee, where students could come and share their concern, their feedbacks, and just ask any question they have. And you're all welcome to come on down on that day as well. Want to end off by saying thank you so much for your continued support to the students and to our ASB buddy, and just about all the student leaders on campus. We appreciate it so much for whenever we get these feedback, we bring them to the forefront and then we get them working right away. So thank you so much for everything. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Shamanique. Shamanique, can I have some presidential privilege here and just ask you to tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got to LBCC, please? Just because I think you've got a story that would resonate with a lot of our students on campus.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Shamanique Harris again. I am a current international student here. I'm from Jamaica. I'm from Jamaica. I'm in my second year, as I said, at Long Beach City College. And I am an indirect matriculant student here as well. A lot of students don't know that. They always say, what high school are you from in Long Beach? I'm like, I never go to school in Long Beach. So I'm very engaging on campus. I'm involved in a lot of clubs and centers, just events and stuff, just so I could be knowledgeable on campus. So I'm basically here supporting students, just giving them resources, telling them like where to go, how can I help them. Of course, my major is social work. So I'm here in the helping field, and now that I'm more exposed to like being a president's ambassador and being a ASB president, I'm meeting a lot more people, building more connection and network on campus, so then I could be more knowledgeable and help everyone here as well. So it's a little bit more, but that's enough for now.
That's a lot, and we love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shamanique. I think you represent a population of our student body that we would love to expand upon, so you're a great ambassador for that. Thank you, and good job. Our section item 4.2, our student trustee report. G. Gonzalez.
Good evening, everyone. First on my report is President Shamanique of ASB, we're having bi-monthly meetings with Dr. Corral, and I believe that they've been very progressive. As she said, we're gonna have a town hall, I believe, with Dr. Douglas, and that's gonna be a great opportunity for students to ask questions, not just they get to ask student leaders questions along with some of the administrators. A lot of them do not even know who many of the administrators are and their student leaders, so it's a good way for our name to get out. Next thing is on October 10th, there's going to be the CCCSAA Leadership Conference for ASB. It is located in Los Angeles. It is a good way for students, for the student leaders to workshop and along with meet other student leaders as well. There are a number of workshops from writing legislation to learning about the Brown Act. So that is a very great opportunity for student leaders to just learn how everything works. I want to take the time to bring up the murder of Ashia Noor. She was a Turkish-American activist who was shot dead by Israeli forces. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because I believe that it's important to continue to talk about what is happening in Gaza. A number of students are very passionate about this here on campus as well and across the country. And we have to acknowledge what happened. We have to acknowledge that in Gaza there is a genocide, and we have to acknowledge that the power that we do have on the board, that we have to do everything we can to not only acknowledge it, but do everything in our power to tell the whole world, tell everyone in this country that what is happening. And that I do believe is in divesting in BlackRock. And I know that a number of students believe the same. The last portion of my report was on Join a Club Day. I was speaking with the ICC leader, and I was learning about there was some frustration because there was a private event on Tuesday, and that brought in conflict because not only is it hot, but the private event took some of the canopies needed. And what made it tough is because it was 90-something degrees that day, and for a lot of the leaders on campus, the club leaders, they had to scramble to find resources. So I believe that this is this is just an important topic because, you know, Join a Club Day is very big, and it is important that everyone's schedule is everyone's on the same page, and especially for in that heat, it's important the safety of students is number one priority, and that's the end of my report.
Thank you, G. Item 4.3, Academic Senate President Report, Dr. Jerome Hunt.
Good evening, Board President Malauulu, Superintendent President Munoz, and distinguished board members and colleagues. I want to welcome all of our faculty, full and part-time, back to another wonderful academic year. I hope that everyone had a restorative and restful summer break. I just have a couple of updates for us tonight. In terms of student equity, last week the call for participants went out for the second cohort of the LBCC Equity Congress. The Equity Congress is an equity leadership program that allows LBCC faculty, both full-time and part-time, to delve deeper into what equity means and what it looks like. The year-long program will give participants, Equity Congress people, the ability to expand their equity-rooted practices in a supportive and brave hands-on environment. In terms of our Equitable Teaching Community, the Equitable Teaching Community will be sending out a call for applications for the 2024-2025 cohort very soon. We are happy to report that the participants from last year's cohort reduced equity gaps across the student populations in their courses, and we're excited to continue the work with the next cohort this year. And in closing, I just want to wish the campus community a great and productive fall semester. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 4.4, Classified Senate President Benjamin Chase.
Good evening, LBCC family and friends. You're going to see a presentation that was supposed to be made at the last board meeting behind me, but what I'm going to speak about is more about some things happening currently for it. First and foremost, I would like to take this moment to say we'll never forget those that we lost on 9/11 and the call to action that tragedy brought about. As a person with New York roots, I want to celebrate those first responders and citizens that rallied to the call and those that continue to serve the community. I say thank you. I'm very appreciative of all that they've done for the community and beyond, and the folks that still serve from everywhere around. Dario, you can go ahead through the slides. This is just for personal information. You guys can see some of the events and activities that we did during the summer for Classified Senate. On another somber note, we recently lost a colleague of ours, Doug Wood, from the radio and TV program on campus. And I was going through my email, and it was kind of brought back some things to me. So we did an all-call last year for classified professional nominations for the 23-24 League of Excellence Award. And I'm happy to say that Doug took the time to send a very, I'm not even sure how I want to say this, personal message to us. And so I want to read it tonight, just to honor him and thank him for the service that he gave to the college and the community for it, and more importantly, how much he thought of his own colleagues and what he would share. So specifically, it starts off, hello, Ben. There are many excellent LBCC classified professionals to consider for this award. I would like to nominate Teddy Titus for a Classified Professional 2023-24 League Excellence Award. I've witnessed Teddy being very helpful in assisting and communicating with the students. He helps clarify and facilitate reasonable and responsible aspects of their educational journey. He also explains and gently directs from concerning timely certification submissions to establish them professionally, as well as to maintain continuing eligibility status in the related trades. Mr. Titus works closely with the excellent faculty and staff to facilitate classroom activities and then sincerely promotes interesting and practical demonstrations during CT open house events. Together, they provide diverse and excellent opportunities for the students. Also, Teddy represented the LBCC CTE electrical trades at the LBGP last April 2023, including an appearance on the live YouTube broadcast from the Long Beach Convention Center floor. If you search for YouTube and LBCC Viking Productions, you actually can see the presentation. And the big quotes that he said, priceless for what Teddy had presented. He's been very welcoming and accommodating when I was temporarily working in the QQ building for hallway traffic control and disinfecting classrooms between classes. I believe that Teddy Titus really deserves this honor in the respect of a Classified Professional 2023-24 League Excellence Award. Thank you, Doug Wood. I didn't get the chance to have my lunch with Doug and Teddy like we had done. So 9 nominees were made. I was able to meet with 4 of them last semester. My plan was to, when we had new food services at PCC, to be able to do that. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do that with Doug, so I just wanted to pay this homage to him and say thank you again for the service. And please show the rest of the pictures for it. And the key thing, we went to the Disney one, if anybody knows Randy Newman, and you've got a friend in me. If you've got troubles, I've got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together and can see it through because you've got a friend in me. I think it's critical to understand at this time that we always have friends on this campus, no matter where you look. Be prepared. They're there for you. Ask questions. They'll help. This was just some of the things that we saw. Go ahead. This was our executive council meeting. We got together. We got to do a little game watch for the Olympics. Go ahead, next slide for it. And hit play. I just want to see, this is the work of my colleague, Grace Galvez. I think it'll come up. Will it play, Dario, or no? Won't play? Okay. So it's an informational graphic where it actually has a water polo player come up in the middle of it and shoot for the goal for it. I said, so it's just really cool that we were there that day. Next slide. This one shouldn't say August 15th. It actually will be September 19th in L153 at 11 a.m. for it. And this was just thanking, as we spoke the last meeting, for our 2 colleagues that retired for it. But I just like the picture that we have from Dr. Munoz's Valentine's Day event for it. And so I use this in a lot of our presentation materials because I think it says a lot about us in the institution. So thank you. And on time.
Thank you, Benjamin. Item 4.5, LBCCFA Bargaining President Report, Suzanne Engelhardt.
Hello again, Long Beach. Suzanne Engelhardt, Long Beach City College Faculty Association President. We represent instructional faculty, counselors, librarians, and instructional specialists. I want to welcome our new faculty, probationary faculty. I want to welcome back our faculty to the fall 24-25 semester. Just a few things. This summer, we did the new faculty orientation. It was a good time to get to meet the new faculty, and we have 19 new members. We were able to complete a seniority drawing, so now we have a new seniority layout. And, you know, before I go, I was supposed to start with this. I also want to recognize a colleague that has since retired and passed on from the computer and office study, Renee Powell. I remember her. She was just always someone that was so, you just felt good when you just said hi or had a conversation with her. And so when I learned of her passing just the other day, you know, she was just a wonderful person. So she will be missed. And I'm glad she got to enjoy some retirement with her family. So moving on, we are halfway through our 3rd week. It feels like it's December. I'm sure many of you agree. And our faculty, over and above the work that they have and are going to complete in item 8.24, they have already attended and taught countless classes, countless counseling sessions, countless library interactions and countless instructional specialist engagements. I just want to tell you all, keep up the good work. Your students appreciate you and the work you do to support them in their academic career. Thank you for the work you do. That's all.
Thank you. Item 4.6, AFT Bargaining President Report, Robert Remeda.
Good evening, trustees, President Malauulu, Superintendent Mike Munoz, esteemed board members, vice presidents, and our amazing academic senates and classified senates. Without them, nothing else would happen. No, I'm just kidding. UVPs are important too. Don't want to get any upset. Anyway, I just want to say, you know, as school starts, as always, seems like every fall, the weather heats up. And it becomes a challenge for our students, of course, and people trying to help our students. People like, you know, admissions are working overtime in the first part of school. They do an amazing job, thanks to Dr. Corral's team, and they are just doing everything they can to help our students get this semester started out with a blast. And as you know, our numbers are stellar because, again, Dr. Corral did it all himself. He carried it across the board. I know no one else in the room did as much work as he did because he's just amazing in his area. Anyway, I just want to thank his area most because they do a hell of a lot of work in admissions and records, and they're just underdogs in this school. And I'm not going to say there's other areas that we do really well, like if you walk outside, well, it's still light, and you look around, it's an amazing college. Overall looks, the grounds crew is shorthanded as always, but do an amazing job. We've got construction halfway across the backside of the college, which always is a hindrance and difficulty for us, but if you haven't noticed, they're starting to seal up the outside, so that program seems to be flying along, and we can provide, Mike DeGorio over there is overseeing the construction and is doing an amazing job so far, even though he's only been here like, what, 2 months? Yeah, it's okay. But, you know, we're all proud to see things moving forward. We've got the M building at MM at PCC that's hopefully wrapping up before the 100th, but I wouldn't bet on it. But, you know, as a team and as you guys, like everyone on the dais, you're doing a great job to pushing the college forward. I again support the bond measure. You know, we as classified believe in the college and our students and the infrastructure that it takes and the classified and faculty that it takes to fill those spaces afterwards. You know, it's an important teamwork for all of us, and we have to admit the management's part of the team, but, you know, overall, the buildings have to be built, they have to be filled with staff and faculty, and the students will come. And without all of us as a team, we can't make that happen. And I just want to thank you for everything you're doing, and to thank those areas during the first 2 weeks that are out there giving out waters and helping out everybody. It's a challenge, but everything seems to be flying along great, so let's just hope for a great semester. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Item 4.7, the CHI Bargaining President Report, Crystal Huckabee. All right, we're going to move on to Section 5 on the agenda, Superintendent President Report, Item 5.1, Dr. Munoz.
Good evening, Board President Malauulu, Board of Trustees, campus community. It is my great pleasure update for the month of September. So we're going to kick off by talking a little bit about College Day. On August 23rd, the Long Beach City College family, faculty, staff, managers, administrators, and our board gathered together for our annual College Day. This year's theme was Future Forward, Building Belonging and Beyond. This tradition is always beneficial for our employees to gather and receive updates from our vice presidents, schools, and departments. Thank you to the College Day Tri-Chairs, Dr. Noel Corral, Dr. Jerome Hunt, and Ben Chase. A big thank you to the College Day Work Group and all of the LBCC colleagues who worked so hard to make this day successful. College Day, of course, occurs before the first day of fall semester. This is always fun and exciting time. There's so much energy on campus. You really feel the energy as you walk through the campus. And so the vice presidents and I had the opportunity to travel to both campuses at LAC and our Trades, Technology, and Community Learning campus to welcome students and ensure that everyone and everything was running smoothly on the first day. It was also the first official day for our new TTC acronym instead of PCC. So like I said, as we walked around the campus, some of the feedback that I've gotten from folks have said, you know, yes, we've been out of the pandemic for a few semesters, but this year really felt different. A lot of what I heard was the energy, the kind of presence, student presence on campus really felt the closest it felt prior to COVID. So again, really exciting to kick off the semester in such a great and positive way. So speaking of TTC, the 75th anniversary celebration is coming up for TTC. Dr. Kirkwood, who's with us tonight, is leading a wonderful committee that is working hard to implement a 75th anniversary community block party. So make sure you save this date, Saturday, October 19th from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. This day will be filled, is actually for the whole family. So we want our students to bring their families with them because it's not just a celebration of the history, because that's important, but it really is an opportunity to showcase our educational programs. So we're going to have our career CTE, technical and education, trades programs out there doing demonstrations. So our hope is really that it's not just celebrating the history of the college, because of course that's important in celebrating the history of that campus, but really engaging our community in a very meaningful outreach so that they can really see the full educational offerings that we have at TTC to inspire folks to engage. As you know, there's a large percentage of opportunity youth in Long Beach who are not engaged in the workforce or not engaged in higher ed. And so this is really a great opportunity to engage so many members of our community and show them all the wonderful things that TTC has to offer. So please mark your calendars and join us on October 19th. So it's also great to welcome colleagues into the executive suite last week for an open house ice cream float party. So one of the things that I tried to do when I became interim president, I would hear as I would walk around campus when I first became interim president, is folks said, you know, the T building just seems so scary. We don't know what's over there. We haven't been in there. And so I said, you know what, let's open up the T suite. And so as you know, Ben had a picture from Valentine's Day, so we do our Valentine's Day reception in the lobby of the T lobby so people feel comfortable coming over. I open up the President's Suite at the start of the semester to celebrate and recognize our employees and our wonderful colleagues for all the work, because you know there is a lot of lift that goes into opening a school year. And so I just wanted to share some photos. We had we don't call them root beer floats because not everybody likes root beer. Some people use orange soda. I don't know, I'm not a root beer float kind of guy, but you could do orange sodas, cherry soda. But the idea is that we connect as a campus community and just really celebrate the launch of the new semester. I want to thank my executive assistant, Lauren, and all the other executive assistants in the suite for helping us enjoy these cool treats. So last month, I was honored to receive the Mayor's Fund Award as the Community Stewardship Honoree. I'll wait for the slide to change. Oh, okay, there you got to see the wonderful root beer float. You know, LBCC has always been a proud partner with the Mayor's Fund on our collaborative approach to building a cradle-to-career opportunities with LBCC's Child Development Center, the LBCC's training of our future teachers, as well as continuing the great work through the Long Beach College Promise. So again, I want to thank Mayor Richardson and the committee of the Mayor's Fund for this recognition. It was greatly appreciated. Yeah, I don't know if you could see in the photo, but the award is actually a book, and it's carved out with my last name, so kind of cool. I am really excited to share about this next item. I'm happy to share that the Little Known Black Librarian Facts blog will feature the late Bobby Smith. Bobby Smith was the very first Black woman to be hired at LBCC as a librarian. She served as a department head, academic senate, and faculty union president before her retirement in 1992. This blog is popular with Black African American, national, state, and international library associations, and is devoted to the history of African American librarians and library services. I want to thank Dele Ladajabo for taking the time to write up the blog, and I also want to thank Shamika Simpson for bringing this news item to my attention. LBCC is honored to be designated as a Hispanic Serving Institution, otherwise lovingly known as HSI. So with more than 50% of our students identifying as Hispanic, Latina, Latino, Latinx, we proudly join more than 600 colleges and universities nationwide in celebrating the first National Hispanic Serving Institutions Week. This week aims at raising awareness of the vital role that HSIs play in improving access to education and advancing equity for students from underserved communities. This Sunday marks the start of Latina, Latino, Latinx Heritage Month. We will kick off our month-long celebration with an event on Tuesday, September 17th. So I hope the whole campus community comes out, and you're all invited to enjoy food, music, and entertainment from noon to 2 p.m. between the A Building and Carson Street at LAC. Other Latina, Latino, Latinx heritage events can be found on our lbcc.edu website too. Also, please don't forget to purchase your ticket for the annual Hall of Fame celebration, which will be held on Thursday, September 26th. The 2024 honorees include Dr. Sharifa Batts, Dennis Buchanan, Chief Dennis Buchanan, Perrette Godwin, and Council Member Megan Kerr. The Long Beach Century Club will receive their Community Service Award, and our very own Justin Mendez will receive the Campus Friend Award. Yes, Justin is bringing the justice always. And last but not least, I want to send out a huge congratulations to our very own local Olympian, water polo head coach, Coach Chris Oding. Coach Oding helped Team USA's women water polo bring home the bronze medal. Congratulations, Coach Oding. We are so proud of you. And this concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. We're going to move on to section, which is presentations. Item 6.1, the adopted budget presentation for 2024-25. This is a presentation item. John Thompson, Director of Fiscal Services, will present on the adopted budget for 2024-2025. For the benefit of the public, the presentation is attached to board docs. Thank you. Thank you, John. Welcome.
Welcome. Yeah, thank you, Board President Malauulu, members of the board, administrators, and guests. This is a presentation, and later in the agenda, you'll be able to vote on the full budget, which is attached to the agenda. I'm going to go through it rather quickly to try to get done in 15 minutes here. We're going to look at some of the key documents that guide the budget, as well as state budget overview. We'll look at some FTS graphs and look at all the district funds listed, but we're going to focus on the unrestricted general fund, the operating fund of the district, look at 7-year trends and also future budget challenges. To start with, we look at the planning cycle, and it's key that the whole college is involved in the planning cycle, and that there's the key documents that guide our budgeting. Those documents include the Board of Trustee goals, the institutional priorities from the College Planning Council, as well as the strategic plan goals that were developed a couple years ago. These next several slides show the connection. The rows list initiatives in the budget, and the columns refer back to the goals and the institutional priorities. And we break them out into different groups. The first couple are grants and funding allocations. The next is student success initiatives. I'll draw your attention. The last item at the bottom is the Dreamscape project, which is a new initiative this year. The next couple of slides are student support programs and services. Then faculty and staff infrastructure supports, as well as marketing and community outreach. We'll look at a state budget overview. This shows up at the top the key dates in the state budget cycle. Down at the bottom, the key dates in our district budget cycle. Circled is where we're at right now, presenting the adopted budget. This shows the history of cost of living increases. The peach shades are where the state has not been able to fund the whole COLA, and the green is where they've funded over the COLA. And this year we're at being funded for the 1.0 funded COLA. The state budget had to deal with significant state deficits, state budget deficits, but thankfully, education was held steady in the state budget. And so that COLA is funded. That results in 1.8 million for us. Growth for FTS is in the budget, but it's extremely limited, very little available for us. We haven't actually been in growth mode for many years, but we are now and going forward. COLA is also applied to selected other categorical programs. Most categorical programs, there's no change. There's just one state bond program that was in the budget this year, and that just shows that there's limited funding in the budget this year. Some tactics were used to balance the state budget. One of those was drawing from the 2 state reserve funds. A couple tactics shown here that were not in the May revise that we talked about in June, and that is deferrals. The state has used that when the economy's bad in the past. The impact of this year's deferrals is about $6 million for LBCC. We have a strong reserve, so it should not be a significant impact for our cash flow. Also, there's adjustments to prior funding for some of our prior year allocations. I'll quickly go through assumptions. One assumption we have in the budget is our target of 2,200 FTS. Just recent years, that was a lofty goal, but now it's very attainable. And this just highlights the mandated reserve minimum is 16%, which is 2 months of expenditures, which is 34 million for us. There's also other designations in reserves. The next several slides are FTS, full-time equivalent graphs. And I'll just point out the highlights of these. This shows the middle red tips of those graphs are where the state provided emergency protection allowance. So our FTS dropped significantly after COVID, but state gave us funding at the higher FTS level. And a significant thing that Dr. Munoz has highlighted is when you see 23-24, the total actual FTS is over 20,000. That's a significant increase from those years where it dipped. Very, very great accomplishment. This next slide, we also add the gold bars with 3-year averaging. That shows it, the full bars. This is the same data, just zoomed in more. And a key thing to keep in mind here, those red tips again are where we were funded above what we actually earned when FTS dipped. Now with 3-year averaging, which is how credit FTS is funded, that smooths out the down years, but it also smooths out when FTS increases. So our actual for FTS and projected is going to be over what's funded now. And this just kind of shows the same information, but without the emergency conditions allowance. So again, the past 3 years were funded above, and going forward, our actual is above what we're actually funded. And a new thing, or relatively new thing that we're dealing with is unfunded FTS due to the limited growth funding in the state budget that we mentioned. It's subtle, but at the very far right for this past year, we show 241 FTS that is not funded. And this slide just answers the question, when's the last time we've had unfunded growth FTS? And that goes all the way back to 2012. The student-centered funding formula, it's complicated, as we've mentioned in the past. This just highlights some of the characteristics. Deficit factors are applied to the state, which reduces our revenue. Again, this is base funding. Part of our base funding is for the college size, and a significant thing about being over 20,000 FTS is an additional $2 million in the apportionment funding for that status. Growth funding, as mentioned, very limited, so that's a concern going forward. This slide shows all our funds, all have a very important impact on the college. But again, we're going to focus on the unrestricted general fund, our operating fund for the college. And we show the several columns to show perspective. And I want to point out that in the first column this year, we ended the year with reserves over 74 million, significant reserves. And also in expenditures for the adopted budget, you'll see it's a significant number, over 200 million. And that's an increase from last year, a significant increase. But we'll note that the footnote down at the bottom notes that we have planned expenditures this year. The Dreamscape project, which is a virtual classroom project, is $7 million, a one-time expenditure. Our reserves are one-time dollars, and so we're carefully planning to spend a portion of those reserves going forward. And that's what this slide points out, some of the one-time funding that is in the budget. This is a further breakdown of the revenue by federal state apportionment, and you can see dollar-wise, of course, state apportionment is the most significant part of that. The changes are off to the right, not large changes compared to the prior year. Those changes are detailed here. Apportionment, some parts of apportionment are up, some are down, but it nets to over $1 million increase. This slide shows graphically what we saw in the numbers, that the state apportionment is by far the most significant part of our revenue. To the right is the four components that make up our state apportionment revenue. This slide details the expenditures, which, as we noted, are a significant increase from last year, and that's planned thoughtful use of a portion of our reserves. This shows the increases, part of the increases, the salaries increased due to step and column increases, as well as the COLA applied to salaries and also new positions that are funded. Benefits increase along with salaries, as well as the increases to PERS and health and welfare benefits. You can also see services, several increases there. Other outgo, there's some ins and outs, but the net is a slight decrease. And this pie chart graphically shows the breakdown of those expense numbers. As usual, the big portion of our expenses is our people, of course, our salaries and benefits at 84% of the total. And this slide shows the 7-year trend, the percentage of salary and benefits as a percentage of the total. And also it shows the ending balance there, shows how ending balance has built up over several years, as well as the percentage of total expenses. This shows a bar chart of those percentages we just looked at for salary and benefits as a percentage of total expenses. The next slide is our multi-year projection. The first column is the adopted budget, which we've seen previously, and the next two are projecting based on the information we have at this time, what we project for the next 2 years. Some of the future challenges, enrollment management is always a significant thing we deal with, and in the past it's been to try to increase enrollment, and as mentioned, the college has done that successfully, increasing 9% from last year, and getting over 20,000 is a great achievement. State pension obligations are always a concern. They've increased over the years, as you can see, and we see the rates for PERS and STRS and the dollar increases for each of those years. Economic conditions, the state economy is a big impact on our budgets. There's no plan for recession in this budget, and we hope that's the case, but there are signs of concern. The state budget deficits, as well as deferrals that are in the budget, and adjustments to prior year allocations. Apportionment funding, always a challenge, just the complexities and the different aspects of the funding formula. Limited growth and deficit factors mitigate some of the improvements we have had in our metrics. And as mentioned, our reserves are significant, so we're thoughtfully and carefully, those reserves are one-time money, so we're using some one-time initiatives to spend those down this year. And that concludes the presentation. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Is there anybody on the dais who would like to make a comment or has a question about the presentation? All right, Trustee Baxter.
Yeah, John, I just want to thank you for this incredibly thorough report. And I know it's tough to put all this together and then hand it into the state. So please thank you. I'm thanking you, but also thank your staff for working so hard to make this presentation.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. I will pass that on. They do a great job to make us look good.
Thank you, John. Anybody else? So, John, I would also like to thank you and your team. I know that you're not alone, and I know that it's a lot of work, not only preparing for the actual presentation, but ensuring that every line item is accounted for and that everything adds up. And at the end of the day, right, we are nothing without a budget that guides us, and we have to stay within the parameters that legally and per the Ed Code we have to follow. So you have a very difficult job, and I appreciate it, and I'm sure my colleagues on the board do as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and we appreciate the leadership of all the board members and our executives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item 6.2. This is the 2023 Annual Report on Campus Crime. This is the Clary Report. It is a presentation item. Lieutenant Brandon Dice of the Long Beach Police Department, David Jefferson, Director of Risk Management and Public Safety, and Deborah Miller Calvert, Dean of Student Affairs, will present on the annual report on campus crime occurring on the Long Beach City College campuses during 2023. For the benefit of the public, we do have the presentation attached on board docs. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Great evening, and thank you for having me, honorable trustees, President Dr. Munoz, executive staff, and academic senate. Happy to be here. My name is David Jefferson, Director of Risk Management and Campus Safety, and today I have the honor of presenting along with my cohorts, I'll introduce them later, the Clery Act. The Clery Act, officially known as the Jean Clery Disclosure of Campus Security, Policy, and Crime Statistics, requires colleges and universities, including community colleges, to record specific campus crimes, statistics, and safety policies for consumer protection. With that, I have the honor, along with, in concert with, I should say, Deborah Miller Calvert, Dean of Student Affairs, and Brandon Dice, Lieutenant with the Long Beach Police Department College Division, to present the 2023 Report of Campus Safety. The purpose of this presentation is to keep the board community informed as required by the Federal Clery Act. The goal of the Clery Act is to keep the community safe and informed. Federal and Cal grant funding is tied to Clery compliance, ensure the institution of higher learning are complying with the Act. I have three concepts relative to risk management that I use: identifying risk, assessing risk, and mitigating risk. These factors are the backbone to the success of risk management, and we use those to achieve our means in terms of potential hazard assessment on campus and unsafe conditions, accidents and incidents. The majority of our focus is to try to proactively as well as reactively reduce and mitigate risk. This also has a component in it relative to emergency preparedness, and I partner with our campus safety in order to create and implement our emergency management systems. Our collective actions, as I identify with the campus safety, what they do as a part of this, as well as our campus safety assistants, this new occupation that we were able to obtain, is patrolling the campus. Campus safety officers regularly patrol the campus to deter crime and respond to incidents. And I think I've identified to you all before the number one goal I have the campus safety officers focus on is how they will help anyone they come in contact with, especially our students, because they're here to get ahead, and that should be the primary goal with any interaction. We also have the emergency response, which campus safety is often the first to respond to the emergencies and working in coordination with risk management to handle situations effectively. Crime prevention is, of course, the most important. Campus safety implements and prevents, crime prevention programs and initiates to keep the campus secure. So that's our primary focus in engaging together risk management and campus safety. Lastly, together, risk management, student affairs, and the BIT team and campus safety all collaboratively work together to create a safe environment at LBCC. To continue this presentation, I'm going to have the Dean of Student Affairs, Deborah Miller Calvert, proceed. I'm sorry, I didn't continue with my PowerPoint simultaneously.
No problem. Good evening. So you may be familiar or remember that our BIT team is multiple disciplinary team that's tasked with identifying, assessing, and managing situations for students who may display behavior that poses a risk to themselves or others. And so the team certainly works to intervene with issues before they escalate. Some of those team members are student conduct, student affairs, DSPS, our risk management partners, certainly Long Beach Police Department, mental health, and basic needs. The three things I want you to remember about the behavior intervention team is prevention, intervention, and crisis mitigation. So what I've shared is that, this is a vital component of our college's approach to campus safety, focusing on early intervention, collaborative efforts that maintain a safe and supportive environment for the entire campus community, our students. We are an institutional member of NABITA, which is a National BIT Association. We participate in target training. Some of you have enjoyed us with that. And then California Community College has just invited us to a series of BIT training for California community colleges. There's 4 or 6, but they're webinars and they'll be through October and November. So excited to hear what they have to say. you probably might remember, Student Affairs is dedicated to supporting students' academic, personal success, overseeing a range of programs and resources. The things that I want you to remember is that we're responsible for fostering positive campus environment and addressing negative behaviors that may arise. What I'm saying is we keep students accountable, right? That's what student conduct does. And so finally, Student Affairs' piece in this report is that we're dedicated to fostering positive student experience while also managing the challenges that arise from some of these concerning behaviors. It's been mentioned before, it'll be mentioned again, through close collaboration that we have with our partners in campus safety, risk, the police department, that ensure our campus remains safe and welcoming for our students. And next, Lieutenant Dice.
Good evening. All right, I'll get right to it. So at first, I'm just going to present some initiatives that we've started in the year that I've been here, and then we'll get to the actual numbers. So our goal up here with our vision, mission, and values, our goal is to be recognized for excellence. Our objectives are to build upon our partnerships to reduce crime, enhance safety, and support the students, faculty, and staff here. And listed at the bottom here is the list of our core principles that guide our student-centered approach to decision-making. And what that looks like. So here are some pictures, just a few examples of what that building trust in the community looks like here. Officers are frequently out walking and engaging with the community, attending events with student life, handing out donuts, ice cream, and just having a more personal touch with students, as well as those services that Dave mentioned, unlocking cars, providing jump starts, attending community events, concerts, enjoying pizza with new friends, other events that occur on campus, like the opening of the Black Student Success Center. And then Officer Doe frequently like to hold Foosball 101 class for all the students. He's undefeated, sorry students, but he's a master. So those lighthearted moments that we have with students just kind of make us more than just a uniform and help us be part of the community. And why that's important, building trust is essential for us, and it's important for this example in 2023 when those fire alarms and fire drills turned out to be the real thing. Our officers were first on the scene to those smoke-filled halls and checking every classroom to make sure everyone was safe, coordinating that emergency response, and then afterwards taking the time to help out the students by retrieving their backpacks and keys that were left behind so they could actually go home. And then one brief story, I'll try and make it quick, but I wanted to share a story about the commitment the officers have here to the campus community. Nationally, if you're not aware, there is a social media trend that involves vehicle theft and dangerous driving, all for social media notoriety, that has spread to the region. And there was one incident that began off campus, but it created a dangerous environment down at TTC. Officer Chi has been a dedicated member of this campus community for over 10 years, and he prides himself on keeping TTC extra safe. So he sees this opportunity, he didn't like what he saw, and he really knows that our students can't afford to have their cars stolen, to have their cars wrecked. Car repairs are very expensive, buying new cars is especially expensive, and a lot of our students rely on these cars to get to school, to get to work, and some of our students even rely on the cars as their housing. So he did not want to see this trend extend to our campuses. So that same evening, Officer Chi started visiting local dealerships here in the city, and he built a relationship with Kia and Hyundai. And thanks to that relationship, he secured both companies donated over 500 steering wheel locks to us. And he single-handedly, over the next 2 semesters, handed them out to students, faculty, staff, and neighbors around TTC and LAC campus. So I just wanted to highlight that and applaud Officer Chi for his dedication and highlight his compassion and service to LBCC with all these smiling faces that are thankful students. All right, on to the numbers, sorry. So overall, throughout the district, we saw a 29% decrease in overall crime compared to 2022, so year-to-year comparison, 2022, 2023. Giving you those numbers, back in 2019, it was pretty high at 232 total incidents, and I'll break down these incidents per campus and what those incidents are. And COVID times, 93 and 79 incidents for 2020 and 2021 respectively, and then the actual numbers for 2022, 116 incidents throughout the district, and 2023, 82. Dr. Baxter, I know you're making sure the numbers are right. So call me out. Specifically drilling down to each campus, starting with TTC, we saw a 35% decrease in overall crime at TTC compared to 2022. Notable number because that is even lower than what we saw during COVID times. So even though things are back in full swing and attendance is an all-time high, crime at TTC, thanks to all those initiatives, is staying very, very low. So exact numbers on that, 2022, there were 34 incidents at TTC, and 2023, there was only 22.
Excuse me for.
Yes.
Okay, I see it. I see it. I wanted to ask if you had a different slide
Sorry.
for the other campus.
This one
Got
seems
it.
to be a little slow.
Thank you.
And then what those incidents are. So TTC, those 22 incidents I referenced, not all of them were crimes. As you can see, a large portion of those are red, which are LBCC incidents. And those are not necessarily crimes, but they're just incidents that we wanted to document, and things like little arguments and disputes and things that we wanted to make sure that everyone is aware of. So those count towards our total numbers, but they're not necessarily crimes that occur on campus. Speaking of those crimes, a majority of our crimes, as seen here in black, are property crimes, thefts, mostly small dollar value items, tools, cell phones, license plates, these kind of things. And a lot of them are related to all the construction we have going on around campus as well. There was one notable incident that was related to theft from the CDC, and the individual was found residing on the roof of GG, and this incident resulted in an arrest, so I wanted to mention that to everyone here. And the reason why that occurred was that this individual was also a known arsonist, and there was evidence of starting a fire on the roof of GG, so that's a huge safety concern, and the officers had to take immediate action to make sure that we didn't have any additional fires down there. There was one crime against a person incident that we had to report. It was a domestic violence situation that also resulted in an arrest. That's a VAWA offense that we have to report, Violence Against Women Act. And the officers have no discretion in those situations. Very important for them to arrest the aggressor and make sure that the victim has all the resources, counseling, medical treatment, and shelter that they need. But I also did want to note that this incident occurred in the middle of the night when campus was closed and occurred near Lot 10. So wasn't necessarily a school crime, but per Cleary, we have to report anything that occurred on, around, and near campus. So that's why that was included as well. Moving on to LAC, we also saw a pretty significant decrease in crime, a 26% decrease in overall crime at LAC compared to 2022. Specifically, those numbers, there were 82 of these incidents at LAC in 2022 and 60 in 2023. And a similar breakdown of those 60 incidents, the 7 of those were construction related, another 7 were events related, so really only 47 were college related. Of the overall crimes, again, most of those were LBCC incidents and property crimes. And again, those LBC incidents were like disturbances, the fire alarm activations, those kind of things that we just wanted to document. Of the property crimes, similar to TTC, bicycles and thefts from construction projects. And then lastly, crimes against persons. There were 4 incidents involving minor battery and threats. However, it should be noted, all those occurred during special events, soccer games, football, things that got a little heated during those events. None of them involved student, faculty, or staff. And there were 0 arrests on campus at LAC. Almost done. Overall, total calls for service pretty balanced between both campuses. In 2023, we saw a little over 6,000 total calls for service. Most of these calls for service are officer initiated, meaning it's officers doing proactive patrol, proactive work. For LAC, that was like 65% of the calls for service were all officer-initiated proactive calls, a little over 2,000 of those. And then at TTC, nearly 3,000 of those calls were officer-initiated, representing about 87% of the crimes. Most frequent dispatches we get at both campuses are 911 calls from the call boxes, the little blue phones, and assisting the fire department on medical calls, fires, fire alarms, those sort of incidents. And then since my arrival, the vast majority of concerns I hear from student, faculty, and staff has all been the same. Everyone expresses that they don't see the police enough. They want to see the police more. They want to see the police engaging on campus. So that's really been an initiative I've been pushing since I got here. And I wanted to take a look back at the numbers, because this is what I was hearing. What are we seeing on our end? And absolutely, 100%. Our data supports that 100%. Of all those proactive calls that I referenced, 91% of them were officers patrolling the campus in a car, 90% of them. And only 10% of those were officers out walking and engaging with the community. So 100%, what everyone told me, absolutely true, data supports that. And that's something we've focused on changing. So I am happy to report that preliminary data from the first half of 2024 shows a dramatic shift in those numbers. Still room for some growth. I'd like to see a little more, but significant change from the 90-10 to almost 50-50. So I'm pleased with that. And I like to think it's because of these trends that we're seeing here is what's keeping the crime down low as well. And with that, any questions for all of us?
Any questions or comments from my colleagues on the board? Trustee Chico?
Thank you all for this outstanding presentation. A lot of really great information. And Lieutenant Dice, I didn't even know that that was you in your suit initially. Now, and I was like, hey, looking really sharp, very professional. I like it. I want to comment on Officer Chi and acknowledge the initiative to think outside the box and really take it upon himself to take the initiative to find the steering wheel locks and finding that partnership. I'm hoping that the college can support and acknowledge that partnership, maybe write a letter to Hyundai or Kia thanking them for that partnership. I don't know if we've done that yet, but that's probably something that we can do. And please thank Officer Chi for us for that, that initiative. It's really important to think outside the box, and he did it on his own, right? And we like to hear that because it's important that we know what's going on. So thank you. You all are doing great work. The BIT program sounds amazing, and that's expanding. I can see the difference. I love the fact that you have data to support it. But the fact that we can see more interaction is a huge, huge deal. So well done. I think my one question is the DV incident where the person was arrested. You said it took place at night. Didn't say if that was a student or if it was somebody on the outskirts, because it didn't happen near the parking lot, right?
Right. It was on the outskirts, member of the public, but it occurred on campus. So.
Right. Well, I just, I didn't realize that those statistics are also incorporated into the statistics that you're presenting. So I appreciate you explaining that because when we break it down, I like the fact that you're capturing this information so that you're all on the same page, but also breaking it down and letting us know this actually wasn't very specific to a student or activity, crime that was happening. So I appreciate that breakdown. Thank you.
Trustee Zia?
Thank you. Great report as usual. I also wanted to echo Trustee Chico's point about thinking outside the box. Also, Chi has just been, just like all of your police officers on campus that have been supporting our students. Kevin, I've known for more than, I think, 10 years, both him and Chi. I'm really, really impressed by the level of service you bring to our students and the compassionate care and the loving kindness. And this is a clear, tangible example of what can be done when we are partnering with the community. And I really appreciate that. Keep up the great work. Thank you for protecting our students and our district staff and faculty and all of us. I appreciate it.
I too would like to thank you for this great presentation. I look forward to it every year, even though it contains information that doesn't make any of us happy or proud. It is important information that allows us an opportunity to talk about it and hopefully, effectuate some change. I've really appreciated the Clary process more since I've been in the ASU cohort, because we get text messages every time something happens at any of the ASU campuses, whether they're Tempe or Scottsdale or the Phoenix or even the LA campus. And every time I get the Clery report, I ask myself, do we have the same type of text blast capability at LBCC? And we don't, because we don't get the same type of information. And I understand that it is cost prohibitive, and I understand that there is budget involved, and then, the contract with Long Beach PD, I've looked into it. But it is something to consider in the future, because the type of text that we get, for example, if there was a car accident, or if there was a bike stolen, or if there was an assault, which we just got, I think, yesterday. So we know, stay away from that area, right? And I'm nowhere near the Tempe campus, but if I were and I'm walking and it says, on the corner of such and such and such and such, there's a 3-car pileup and I'm driving to class, I know that I can take a detour to get around that. So it is something that we should probably look into and consider. I don't know how much, that would cost, and I don't know what the details would entail, but it has been valuable to me, even though I'm nowhere near the ASU campuses.
Well, actually, we do have something in play. It's called the Link system, and we're coordinating with IT to get the system enacted. And what it will do is submit mass notification. What we're also looking to do with it is also have the means to use Teams to supply emergency alerts as well. So we have that in the works, and we're looking to get that rolled out.
I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you for that. And is that something you are hoping to implement this semester? How soon do you think something like that might happen?
I'm believing.
And I know you don't have a crystal ball, so you're not going on the record saying it, but.
Okay, because I was going to play a lotto ticket after this, if that was okay. Yes, I believe this year we should, the school year. I don't want to pin it down to the semester, but definitively the school year.
Good answer. Thank you very much. All right, well, we appreciate your time. Thank you, and we look forward to doing this again a year from now.
Thank you all.
We're going to move on to Section 7 on the agenda. This is Board of Trustees. 7.1 is a public hearing on Agenda Item 12.1, proposed budget of the district for year ending June 30th, 2025. This is a public hearing with comments. I've got to read through some information, so bear with me. The California Code of Regulations, Title 5, Section 58301 states that the governing board of each community college district shall hold a public hearing on the proposed budget for the ensuing fiscal year on or before the 15th day of September, but at least 3 days following availability of the proposed budget for public inspection. Notification was published in the Press Telegram on August 28th, 2024, that the public hearing will be held on Wednesday, September 11th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m., and that the proposed budget of the Long Beach Community College District for 2024-25 was available for public inspection on our website beginning September 3rd, 2024 and then it goes on to give the LBCC website. This is the time set aside for the public to express its views on the 2024-25 adopted budget. Any public wish to speak, wait for a response. That should have been in parentheses, but would anyone like to speak? All right. There, hearing no response, I now declare this public hearing closed. So, 7.2, 2025 budget meeting schedule. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second in order for us to have a discussion and a vote that the Board of Trustees approve the 2025 board meeting schedule as submitted.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion by trustee Zia, second by trustee Baxter. Any discussion? All right, Madam Secretary, can I just call for the vote? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. For the benefit of the public, the Board of Trustees' regular meetings typically meet on the second and/or fourth Wednesday of each month unless noted at the Liberal Arts Campus Building T 1100 or online Zoom meeting if necessary unless noted. Closed session is at 4:30 p.m. If needed, open session 5:30 p.m. Board committees, an audit subcommittee of the Board of Trustees meets at least twice a year and will be posted per the Brown Act when meeting dates are determined, as well as the Facilities Subcommittee when scheduled. The 2025 meeting dates, January 22nd, February 26th, March 26th, April 23rd, May 14th, June 18th, which is the third Wednesday, July 9th, July 29th and 30th, Board Retreat Sessions 1 and 2, August 6th, the first Wednesday, September 10th, Budget Adoption and Public Hearing, October 8th, November 12th, and December 10th. Item 7.3, Long Beach Community College District Measure AC. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second to have a discussion and a vote that the Board of Trustees approve a position of support for Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees Measure AC. I heard trustee Untuck with a motion, and was that trustee Chico?
Yes.
Trustee Chico with a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a discussion? You're right. Is there a discussion on the item? No discussion.
I just said.
Trustee Untuck, come on. All right,
Board of Public
trustee
Policy.
Untuck, go ahead.
No,
Where's my gavel? Hold on. Go ahead, trustee
Sorry, out of
Untuck.
order there. Just want to speak in favor of this. This is appreciate everyone's support and effort and placing this on the ballot. It's now going to be on the November 4th ballot. Folks will get their ballots in the mail. Everybody gets vote by mail. The first, starting in the first week of October, actually October 7th, it'll go out. This measure has an opportunity to create more jobs here in Long Beach, particularly for working families, and our students and alumni get priority and preference along with veterans. It's an opportunity to improve classrooms and laboratories. Research shows new facilities improve learning by having better indoor air quality. We did make the amendment to add Building F per our faculty input, and it was a collaborative effort, and I think that's great that we can work together and make changes as we're making a better policy product. But just also want to say it makes us eligible for matching funds for the state and federal level, and also advances our common goal of providing more housing for our students. And so I just remind folks of why we're voting for this, and it'll be on the ballot in front of voters to consider the next 30 days.
Excellent. All right, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 7 so because we've already had discussion about items 7.4 through, I believe, 7.12, with the exception of 7.5, which we've already discussed. We'll call out each one, and then if there's a motion and a second, we'll move forward. If there's no second, we'll move on to the next one. So item 7.4, City of Long Beach, Measure LB. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve a position to support the City of Long Beach, Measure LB. All right, the item dies for lack of a motion or a second. Item 7.6, City of Long Beach Measure HC. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve a position to support the City of Long Beach Measure HC. Is there a motion? Yes, sir.
Board Council already determined that Measure HC should be removed from the agenda.
Got it. So we're going to strike item 7.6 from the agenda. Please let me know if there's another one. I think there's two.
7.8 and
7.8 and 7.11. Board Counsel Ewing, can we just strike those items from the agenda without me needing to call them out?
Pardon my slowness, but yes.
All right, thank you. Item 7.7, Los Angeles County Measure A. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve a position to support Los Angeles County Measure A.
Move approval.
Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of second. Item 7.9, State of California Proposition 2. I need an action and a second. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve a position of support of State of California Proposition 2.
Move approval.
I have a motion. Is there a second? All right. Motion dies for lack of second. Item 7.10, State of California Proposition 3. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve a position to support State of California Proposition 3.
Move approval.
Is there a second? All right, motion dies for lack of second. We're striking 7.11. Item 7.12, and I'm sorry, we did strike 7.8. Going back, 7.12, State of California Proposition 32. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve a position to support of State of California. Gosh, there's a lot of typos here. Proposition 32. Is there a motion? All right, motion, there's no motion. The item dies for lack of motion. Item 7.13. Amended employment contract, Superintendent President, Dr. Mike Munoz. I need a motion and a second to have a discussion and a vote that the Board of Trustees approve the amended employment contract as submitted.
So moved.
Move approval.
I've got a motion by Trustee Chico, second by Trustee Untuck. For the benefit of the public, there is a red flag on this item due to a board docs technical issue. Public content language only was corrected on September 10th, 2024, and I will read it as it should be. Dr. Munoz is currently employed under his original agreement with an effective term, January 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2025. The initial contract was approved for a three-year term with a total compensation of $305,000 plus health and welfare benefits and life insurance. This third amendment is effective July 1, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2028 and provides for a cost of living increase of 1.07% effective July 1, 2024 for fiscal year 2024-2025. Initial agreement, board approved December 15th, 2021. First amendment, board approved July 20th, 2022. Second amendment, board approved January 24th, 2024. I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? All right, Madam Secretary, we do need a roll call vote on this item.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 7.14, Board of Trustee report, 5 minutes per trustee. Who would like to go first? Trustee Baxter?
Okay, good evening. I'm just going to give you a rundown of what I've been doing this past month. On August 8th, I've been asked to join the Memorial Hospital Board of Directors, and I had my first meeting, was a philanthropy committee, because that's the committee they put me on. What a shock. Also, that same day, we had the foundation open house, where the foundation board members were invited to come by, and it was a very nice get-together. On August 9th, Al Austin invited me to attend the school giveaway, which was at Vet Stadium, and I was impressed by the number of people who came. I mean, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. It was very, very impressive. They had tables from all different areas of the city, different city services, and it was very, very well done. On August 10th, I attended the Demo Chicks fundraiser dinner. On August 13th, I'm on the Lakewood Village Neighborhood Association Board, a board meeting. That same night, I also had a Helping Homeless Students board meeting, which I should say, on September 19th or before, starting tomorrow, you can vote to donate to our group, Helping Homeless Students under the LBCC Foundation. This is an annual event in which the public is asked to support, it's, I think, 400 charities throughout the city, and last year they raised over $2 million. So look for Long Beach City College Foundation, Helping Homeless Students. Then on the 14th of August, I attended the General Memorial Foundation. Then on the 15th, the Foundation Executive Committee. I also attended Mayor Richardson's fundraiser at which President Munoz was honored. And also, very impressed, I was impressed, the women's athletic, the track and field coach at Cal State Long Beach, who was an Olympic coach and incredibly successful. What else have I got? Oh, on the 18th was our concert on the front lawn. It was very well done, and I want to congratulate Jay Lopez and his staff and Carl Kemp and his staff for getting the word out and having everything set up. And hundreds of people were there, and it was great. On the 21st, I attended a Rotary Business meeting. The 23rd was College Day, fantastic day. It's great to see everybody back. Everybody's excited. They had the summer off, many of them, not everybody. And so it worked out very, very well. And on the 24th, we had the Lakewood Village picnic, annual picnic, and that was we had 3 times as many people as before. And this sounds crazy, but because we handed out flyers to every home in Lakewood Village. Then also at the same time, Tong had a 1977 reunion, and what's always fun about this is I know almost everybody because I've been around a long time, but these people are between 50 and 60 years old, and a guy said to me, "What club were you in?" And I felt so good because he thought I was the same age. At least that's what I'm taking it for. Then on the 26th, I had a Cameo Board meeting. On the 27th, NCCJ meet and greet, where we met the people who are going to be honored in October. Then what have I got? Scholarship meeting, Rotary Scholarship meeting on the 28th. And St. Mary's Nursing Scholarship, and this was great. St. Mary's is giving scholarships to Long Beach City College nursing students and also to Cal State Long Beach nursing students to help with the labor shortage, and that was great. One of the people who got the scholarship was somebody that I had given a scholarship to 2 years before when she was at LBCC. Then on September 1st, I attended the Blast on the Bay to raise money for the Boys and Girls Club of Long Beach. And then on the 3rd of September, I can't read my handwriting, it says board program, board prep. Oh, that's exciting. Then also I had the Cameo Board meeting that night, September, oh boy, I better hurry. September 4th, Rotary Scholarship meeting. And then on the 5th, President's Soda Party up in the President's office. That was great. We had lots of people there. On September 7th, AAUW meeting, and then on the 10th, Lakewood Village Board meeting. Also, I wanted to end the meeting in memory of Doug Wood, the classified person who passed away, and then maybe it was you, Suzanne, that Renee Powell has passed away, and I had not heard of that, but I'm sure you're right. And she taught computer science. That's my report.
Thank you, Dr. Baxter. Who'd like to go next? Trustee Zia, thank you.
I don't want to go through the litany of the events I went to, because I'm sure it was it's going to be covered by my colleagues, and then also the superintendent also covered it. But I just failed in a colossal way. I failed last month to give homage to Jerry Miller, our former city manager who passed away. And if we can also adjourn the meeting tonight in his honor as well, and observe a moment of silence, I'd really appreciate that. He was an incredible man who gave a lifetime of service to the city, to this community, and our students and beyond. And his wife and I worked together at the port, and both were just dynamic and full of love, passion, and servitude. So if we can add that to the list of folks, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Trustee Chico?
You know, I forgot about the Demo Chicks event, so thanks for bringing that up. It was wonderful. Robin Thorne is incredible, and the work that she does with Demo Chicks to empower young girls and get them interested in construction and engineering is incredible. So it was a great event, and like I said, Robin did a wonderful job, but so did our Councilwoman-elect Tanua Thrash Intug, who hosted the event, and she was fantastic. I work for LA County Fire Department, and today is a very poignant day, very emotional day. I want us to commemorate and remember this day, 9/11. I'm wearing my 9/11 pin with 343 on it, which is the number of firefighters who were killed running into the Twin Towers. I've always had respect for our public safety personnel, but now being part of the fire service and seeing what they go through after in this heat, they're still out there fighting fires. I don't know how they do it. It's really, really incredible. And so I want us to really take a moment to remember the sacrifices that were made on this Patriots' Day. I do have pictures, and so Dario, if you want to put up the first picture, there's my turnout. So I do have to, I'm not a firefighter, but I do have to respond on scene sometimes, and I'm really proud of that. So I just wanted to say thank you to all our brothers and sisters in public safety. Next photo. So at the Night Rider concert, Ginny, Dr. Baxter, your event, it was fantastic, but I had these two incredible women come up to me. On the left is Shamanique, on the right is Dominique. And they came up and they just wanted to introduce themselves to me and say that they had watched some of the things that I've been doing and they're following, and now we've established this great friendship. I found out that Shamanique is our new ASB president, and that she's an international student. And I was like, you have got to talk to President Malauulu, because she has been fighting for that for a long time. And I'm really proud of both of them, especially, both of them. Shamanique comes, she's an international student and she's just on fire. And Dominique is a student parent and has her son Cameron with her all the time and was there that evening. They're incredible women doing incredible work. I can't wait to see what they're gonna do in the future. And the next photo, the last one, this is the flyer for September showers. I hope that all of our supporters here in that support Long Beach City College can go and just grab some diapers, some wipes, unused toys, unused clothing. This again helps our student parents. It helps remove the financial burdens when we're already trying to go through school. I mean, I was a community college student working full time. I didn't have any children, but I know just that was so difficult, so challenging. And to know that there are students out there that are also providing and caring for children is something that we really need to highlight and focus on and assist them through their educational journey. So here's the information, promote it. I can send it to my colleagues so you can promote it on social media as well. But thank you again to Paul Kaminsky from the LBCC Foundation, because when I first talked to him about this, he was like, I'm totally in. And then for Justin Mendez and Christina Barrios, they're fantastic and do so much great work. It's a joint effort by all these organizations and individuals, and we're gonna make it a success. So everybody donate, welcome back to school. Happy to see you all here.
Thank you.
One more.
I'd
like to adjourn in memory of El Profe, our Armando Vasquez Ramos, who passed away. What a trailblazer. just an incredible trailblazer. I know I have 10 seconds. Please, everybody, go look up Dr. Armando Vasquez Ramos, professor at Cal State Long Beach, and the work that he has done to empower Latinos in this community. He was at the very, very start of creating pathways for Latinos. And it's a great loss, and it's really important that we acknowledge. And so I ask that we adjourn in his memory. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Ntuk?
Yeah, thanks. Hey, welcome back all students to the fall semester, and faculty and staff. It's great to be back in a real post-COVID, everyone's here, normal semester. I want to give a shout out to Professor Dele Lade Joby, who did the publication on Bobby Smith, little known facts that was mentioned earlier, that was on an online blog, and remembering her legacy that will be featured in the library. She was one of our librarians for, I want to say, almost 40 years, but also a trailblazer, and that she was the first African-American board member to the Long Beach Unified School Board, and has a school named after her, as well as part of the post-Black Lives Matter. The former Robert E. Lee Confederate Elementary School here in Long Beach was renamed. So just want to give a shout out to Professor Dele and thank her for her work and effort and partnership. Want to thank Congresswoman Nanette Barragan. She was able to secure a $1 million fiscal appropriation for Congress for our North Long Beach Student Housing and Higher Education Complex. This will help fund the work that's going on now, that's design review process, but it's going to be able to make that project go a little bit farther, and wanted to give a shout out and thank you to Congressmember Barragan. I too want to adjourn tonight in memory 9/11. It's kind of amazing to think it was 23 years ago. It somewhat feels like yesterday, or it's one of those generational memories, I know, that gets seared in your mind of where were you and what was happening in that day. And for me, I was a student at Long Beach State, getting ready to take my 3-year-old daughter to, who's now 25, to her daycare before going to school, and just sitting on the couch, both of us watching the smoke and the kind of disbelief of what was happening, and uncertainty. Oh, there's so many other airplanes and other, coming to LA, and what's going to happen, and just the fear that it caused, and true terrorism. But the unity that came after it, I don't think there was another day I felt like more American than the day afterwards, of the way everybody came together and responded. And I went to school that day, and there was also a bomb threat for a vehicle that was at Long Beach State. That was like another layer of kind of chaos on top of a very wild day. The whole campus was evacuated and everybody sent home. So we talked about our first responders, the families and victims and flights at the Pentagon and both towers. And I've had the honor of being at the memorial site there in New York, and it's the outline of the building with the water, and it just, and everyone's names are around the edges. And if you haven't gone and you have an opportunity to go to New York City, I highly encourage folks to make the venture there and to see it. And there's a really nice museum adjacent as well. So just want to remember those lives that were lost and the heroes, and we can adjourn in their honor tonight.
Thank you. For anyone who would like me to adjourn in someone's name, could you please send me a little note with the name so I could make sure I have that? My board report will be very brief. After our last board meeting, the only event that I've been able to attend due to work and family commitments is College Day. And that was on Friday the 23rd. What a fantastic event it was. There was so much energy in the room, so much energy on campus underneath that white tent for the breakfast. Really grateful for the team that organizes College Day each year, for the theme that they weave into all the activities of the day, and for just the good faith that they demonstrate to start the school year off on such a positive note, getting everyone, riled up and just really excited. So I really appreciate College Day, and for everyone that's involved, all of our faculty, our staff, guests, just what a great event. So thank you, everybody, and I wish you all a fantastic new academic year. It's hard to believe it's already September and the summer came and went, but we're here and everybody just, get into the routine of homework, office hours, talking to students, talking to professors, enjoying the beautiful campus, all the grounds, go to the football games, join a club day, go to all the activities that you can. Soak it in. The next few months will be very busy. We'll be celebrating various cultural events, September, October, November. To all of our students, go meet somebody. And last year I gave you a homework assignment to invite someone to go with you. Do it again this year. Don't go alone. Make a friend when you're standing there watching. I remember last year's event where we had a Selena impersonator, and so many students were sitting there taking pictures with her and dancing. We can't wait to be able to see that and something similar, and we've got great things planned for you. So have a great year. And with that, I'm going to move on to section 8 of the agenda. This is the consent. Would any of my colleagues like to remove any item for the consent agenda to consider it separately?
I would.
Trustee Ntuk?
8.12 and 8.9.
8.12 and 8.9. Okay, so at this time, I would like a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 8.2 and 8.9.
Move approval.
Second.
I've got a motion by Trustee Ntuk and a second by Trustee Baxter to approve everything except 8.2 and 8.9. Did you say 8.2 or 8.12?
Sorry, 8.9
8.9
and 8.12.
8.12. I'm going to go back and play the video again because you said 8.2, Mr. Ntuk. Oh, both of you guys. All right, no, I got it. I'm joking. Calm down. All right, so let me do that again. I would like a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 8.9 and 8.12. I've got a motion from Trustee Ntuk, second from Trustee Baxter. Any discussion? All right, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk, Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. We will now go to item 8.9, ratification of contracts equal to and under 200,000. In order for us to have a discussion on that, I need a motion and a second. We've got a motion by Trustee Ntuk, second by Trustee Chico. And any discussion? Trustee Ntuk?
Council, you and I noticed that this agenda item is a contract with the City of Long Beach included in it, and I know Ms. Zia is an employee of the City of Long Beach. Is that a reason to abstain?
Thank you for your question, Trustee Ntuk. I would need some more information after talking to Trustee Zia, but the general rule is if you're an elected or an appointed official and there's a contract that comes before you and you were to benefit directly or indirectly financially, so it would cause you to make more money, you're going to get higher salary or what have you, then you should recuse yourself. If there's any question about that, it is my advice to consult directly with the FPPC, the AG, or the city attorney on that particular issue. I don't have the information before me, and then I will go back to the advice I give appointed and elected officials that I have for many years now, and that is, when in doubt, sit it out.
Anything else, Trustee Ntuk? All right, so I
President
need,
Malauulu, I have.
yes,
We're
trustee
still in
Zia?
discussion, right?
Sorry, yes, I didn't see you.
It's okay. So if you're referring to the item that is before us, the city contract, are you referring to 500020, City of Long Beach Department of Health and Human Services? For no cost. So just for the record, I don't work for the Department of Health and Human Services. This is a no-cost contract. I don't have a direct financial interest. I work for the Harbor Department under an enterprise fund, not a general fund, which the rest of the city, with the exception of where Trustee Ntuk used to work, Long Beach Energy Resources, and the Harbor Department are enterprise funds, and I don't see any departments, any contracts with the Harbor Department, and where I have seen it, I have recused myself. So I am not in doubt, and again, this contract is for no cost with a different department that I don't have any financial interest in, just for the record.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk, Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 8.12, Revenue Grant Contract Awards. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees authorize the Vice President, Business Services, or designee to enter into and execute the Revenue Grant Contract Awards as submitted.
Second.
I've got a motion by Trustee Ntuk, second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion? Yes, Trustee Ntuk.
Yeah, same question. This is two contracts with the City of Long Beach, and the City of Long Beach is a singular entity that includes multiple departments, and again, a potential conflict of interest. And this is different behavior than what we've had before from Ms. Zia, that she has recused herself on city contracts, regardless of the Port Department. I'd also like to ask for some respect and candor and decorum tonight. You know, raising these questions are valid. This is what we learned in the Brown Act training. These are things that we do at every board meeting. You know, I remind my colleague that, you know, she's the only one who's received multiple ethics complaints. She's the only one that had an independent investigation and found misconduct, including dishonesty. The only trustee in the state censured twice. The only trustee with a disciplinary reprimand that's still in force for 3 years. There's no need for name calling, put downs, or loss of decorum for raising valid questions about board activities. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Trustee Zia?
I just want to invite Trustee Ntuk to listen to his own advice and not invoke the past and political vendettas. Please just practice what you preach. Last board meeting, speaking of decorum, you, without having a psychiatry degree, physician degree, you impugn my mental health publicly. You're the one who has been conducting yourself in an ill manner and attacking your colleague with ad hominem and pejorative attacks. And I implore you, invite you to listen to your own bloviating and preaching, please. And yes, I will recuse myself on this item.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk, Sunny Zia.
Abstain.
Motion carries. Section 9 on the agenda, Human Resources. Item 9.1, 2022-23 Equal Employment Opportunity Annual Certification Form revised. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the Equal Employment Opportunity Annual Certification Form as submitted. As of May 23rd, 2024, the Chancellor's Office provided updated information on data collected in Section D of the EEO Annual Certification Form titled Response to Harassment and Discrimination Complaints. Districts are now required to capture information from the 2023-24 fiscal year as opposed to the 2022-23 fiscal year. The newly revised EEO annual certification form now reflects the changes in Section D and will be submitted to the Chancellor's office by September 30th, 2024.
Second.
I've got a motion by trustee Ntuk, second by trustee Baxter. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, can I just call for the vote on this? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 9.2, management salary schedule effective July 1, 2024. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the management salary schedule as submitted.
So moved.
The management salary schedule includes a 1.07 increase. The implementation date will be July 1, 2024. Motion by trustee Ntuk, second by trustee Baxter. Any discussion?
President Malou.
Trustee Ntuk?
I'd just like to note this is the same increase that all of our collective bargaining units have received, and this is the COLA passed through from the state legislature this last year. And it's an important move to address what's called compression when your direct reports have very close or near similar salaries. It helps address it a little bit, and this also helps with retention. And so I just wanted to say that for the public.
Thank you. Trustee Ntuk, anyone else? All right, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 9.3, resolution reduction of classified service, National Institute of Standards and Technology, Connecting Minority Communities Pilot Program Grant. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 091124A, reduction of classified service as submitted, and authorize the superintendent, president, or designee of the district to lay off and send the appropriate notification to the impacted classified employees. California Education Code 88017, 88117, and 88127 prescribe that classified employees shall be subject to layoff for lack of work or lack of funds and receive appropriate notification prior to the layoff effective date. Subsection K prescribes that classified positions be eliminated as a result of the expiration of a specially funded program. The employees to be laid off shall be given notice not less than 60 days prior to the effect date of the layoff. The National Institute of Standards and Technology Connecting Minority Communities Pilot Program Grant funds will expire at the end of the working day on November 30th, 2024. With the loss of special funding, it is recommended the board adopt resolution number 091124A, authorizing the superintendent, president, or designee of the district to lay off and send the appropriate notification to the impacted classified employees. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by trustee Chico, second by trustee Ntuk. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 9.4, employment contracts. I need a motion. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve, ratify the employment contract as submitted. The following employment contract provides the employee with a term of employment, a salary along with health and welfare benefits and life insurance. Jose Ibarra. This is an amended contract, interim assistant director, EOPS, CARE, and CalWorks. Term August 8th, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. Salary $135,750.
So moved.
Motion by trustee Baxter, second by trustee Ntuk. Any discussion? I would like to know why this is back on the agenda. We approved it last week. What was the amendment? Loy? Mr. Nashua?
Thank you, Board President. It's a correction of the start date. There was an overlapping grant-funded position in which he had previously occupied, and so it's an amendment to that start date.
Got it. Perhaps to make things easier in the future, when we do have an amendment, it would say what the amendment is, or maybe we could have a line in red so that we know why it's back or what the change is.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, actually, this is a money item. We need a roll call vote, please.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Section 10 on the agenda, Academic Senate. This is Title 5, Section 53203, 10.1, no items. Section 11 on the agenda, Academic Affairs, 11.1, no items. Section 12 on the agenda, Administrative and Business Services, 12.1, 2024-25 Adopted Budget and Education Protection Account Expenditure Plan. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the adopted budget for 2024-25 and approve the use of the estimated $21,611.43 of the 2024-25 Education Protection Account proceeds resulting from the passage of Propositions 30 and 55 to partially fund instructional salaries and benefits as submitted. The California Code of Regulations, Title 5, Section 58305, requires that the governing board of each community college district hold a public hearing and adopt a final budget by September 15th. Proposition 30, the Schools and Local Public Safety Protection Act of 2012, the act passed in November of 2012. This proposition temporarily raised the sales and income tax rates to provide continuing funding for local school districts and community colleges. Proposition 55 amended Proposition 30 in November 2016 to extend the income tax increase through 2030. The Education Protection Account, EPA, is created in the general fund to receive and disperse these temporary tax revenues. Districts have sole authority to determine how the monies received from the EPA are spent, provided that the governing board makes these spending determinations in open session of a public meeting of the governing board. Each entity receiving funds must annually publish on its website an accounting of how much money was received from the EPA and how that money was spent. $216,544 in EPA expenditures. That's $17,417,997 from 2023-24 revenue, and $201,453 decrease from 2022-23 recalculation revenue for 2023-24 have been recorded on the CCFS 311 Education Protection Account Data Report, which we also use as a template to publish EPA expenditures on our website. The adopted budget includes the estimated EPA funds that our district will receive for 2024-25, which are $21,611,433. The entire amount will be spent on instructional salaries and benefits. The EPA funds are not additional funds, but rather are components of the computational revenue calculation. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Untuck, second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion?
Ask a question?
Trustee Untuck?
Yeah, thanks. I know this is our annual budget that was finalized based on the state budget in August for this next fiscal year and academic year. I see on our board policy requires a 16.67% reserve for unrestricted general funds. And I think John's had a presentation, during his presentation, talked about the Chancellor's Office recommended reserves. Can you, I don't know if it's too specific, but where we are at as far as percentage-wise of the budget at the 16 and the 18% in our reserves, and if we're above that, how much, by how much percent?
Yeah, I can. Excuse me.
Thank you. Yeah, our required reserve by the Chancellor's Office is 16.67%, which represents $34.6 million. We are very fortunate to have that plus an increase. Right now, our total budget for reserve is a little over 61 million. So you take the 61 million minus the 34 million, that's the excess reserve that is at your discretion to allocate some of those funds.
And just to expand on Vice President Gregoric's point, keep in mind some of those increases that we've seen in the reserves have been a result of the historic federal funds that we received, the HERF dollars we received coming out of the pandemic, different savings that occurred during the pandemic. So they really are one-time funds. And so As such, the college is working on a responsible spend down plan so that we have that sweet spot. And although the state chancellor's office requires that minimum number, and I apologize, I don't have the exact percentage off the top of my head, and we can make sure we research that and get that to you. Our board policies and administrative procedures also require an institutional effectiveness reserve level that's in addition to the chancellor's office minimum level. So we can research all of that and get those answers to you all.
Yes, thank you, that's correct.
Thank you. Yeah, I know this is a question that's come up a number of times, and I know our reserves grow with our totality of our budget grows, but it's good to know. So it looks like about $27 million above our required reserve levels. If I'm doing the math, the 61 minus 34 million. Is that?
I would like to confirm that, only from the perspective that we still have to account for the institutional effectiveness requirement. So like I mentioned, there's two requirements. There's the chancellor's office requirement, and then there's the requirement for our institutional effectiveness. So we'll confirm all those numbers and make sure that we're not, because I don't have them right in front of me, I don't want to mislead the board in any way. I'd rather give you a full assessment and analysis of what the breakdowns of the both types of numbers that we want to report.
Appreciate that for if we can share with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Yes, this is a money item. You're correct. So I stand corrected. You're absolutely right. Madam Secretary, roll call vote on this. It is a money item. Thank you, Trustee Antuk.
Student trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you again. Section 13 on the agenda, Student Services, no items. Section 14 on the agenda, Board Committee reports. Are there any reports from my colleagues on the board?
Talk about September 28th or not, the meeting. That's when the bond meeting, it's someplace to see.
Can we put a clock on there?
Okay, never mind, okay.
All right, so we're going to say no. Section 15 on the agenda, public comments on non-agenda items. I would like to thank our guests for being so patient. And it looks like we have 6 public comments. Just as a reminder, you are limited to 3 minutes per speaker, no more than 20 minutes per subject. Please line up and we can go in order. RJ Thompson will be first, and then Anthony, and then Nana, and then MG, and then Sky, and then Jonas Rodriguez. So thank you for being patient. Go right ahead.
Hello. In regard to the land acknowledgement, LBCC recognizes the history of genocide and forced removal from the land we currently stand on. The LB City College Instagram page posted a statement on October 9th, a blanket statement that minimized the occupation Israel has conducted over Palestine for over 75 years, but clearly states a condemnation of the attack on October 7th. I was here months ago in April where the board recognized Arab American History Month. Surprisingly, there was no post regarding this recognition, nor has there been a follow-up post as the ICJ has deemed it was plausible that Israel is committing genocide. There has been no follow-up post as the ICJ has ruled Israel's occupation of the Gaza Strip and West Bank is unlawful. Why then has LBCC not rescinded this post that upholds the ideal of Israel's innocence, while there has been nothing detailing the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of innocent Palestinians who have been bombed in safe zones in the name of self-defense? I want to add that the current U.S. administration persists that Israel has a right to defend itself, yet also calls the loss of Palestinian life unconscionable. Does LBCC also hold these same contradictory views? Is it right for LBCC to not even acknowledge when the International Court of Justice has stated is that within student interest? Does this show support and safety for the Palestinian students, for the Arab students that LBCC claims to recognize and value? The post states, LBCC stands ready to offer support and resources to our students, including counseling and crisis assistance. For whom is this offer for? I feel as though there is no commitment from LBCC to address these issues, that this will be ignored, and that that post will remain with no addendum made. It deeply saddens me to feel a level of complicity from an institution that prides itself on empowering students to become active and ethical participants in their learning. Divest from BlackRock, thank you.
There has been a lot of emotional discourse and grief expressed tonight in the wake of 9/11 and the love you have for young parents and students. I would like you to bear in mind those feelings in visualizing the conditions of Palestine during my comment. We charge LBCC with complicity in genocide and ask that Public Relations remove their statement on Instagram posted on October 9th, 2023. We uplift the hypocrisy of coupling such a statement with your subsequent silence on the daily massacres that have taken place in the West Bank and Gaza, which the ICJ have constituted as a plausible genocide. The statement condemns, quote, acts of terrorism and, quote, senseless violence, rhetoric that has been used to justify mass civilian killings in Iraq, Afghanistan, Central America, and now Palestine, with impunity for decades. These oversimplifications are ahistorical and not congruent with the level of critical thinking that higher learning should aspire to. It is a disgraceful display and racist dog whistle. People do not commit senseless act of violence. Acts of violence occur within social, political, and historical contexts. One such example is in June 2023, Amnesty International released a report that in May, Operation Shield and Arrow from the IDF killed 10 people, including a 21-year-old medical student, by a precision-guided bomb, a 4-year-old sleeping in an airstrike, and left a disabled young woman without her electric wheelchair because of a loss of accurate warning for civilians being bombed. Your words serve as propaganda for a system of continued violence and terror. This is unacceptable, this makes you complicit, and those words must be removed. Furthermore, where was the statement the following week when over 6,000 Israeli airstrikes killed 3,300 people and injured 12,000, which is has been bragged about by the Israeli Air Force. And targets included hospitals, markets, refugee camps, mosques, schools, and entire neighborhoods, according to The Guardian. Where was the post on October 17th when an UNRWA school sheltering 4,000 refugees was bombed? Where were the posts in November when over 200 bodies were found buried in a random cemetery in Gaza City? When the IOF raided a location in November 23rd, destroying the graves and abducting corpses? When 111 unidentified bodies were buried west of Khan Yunis, and the IOF abducted the corpses from Al-Shifa and Beit Hanun hospitals in northern Gaza before returning them to Palestinians. Thank you.
Hello. As we start this new semester, this new school year, fall 2024, I remind everyone here, everyone watching, that there are little to no academic institutions remaining in Palestine. I would like to read from the post that's been referenced on Instagram, Statement on War in Israel by LBCC. We condemn the recent acts of terrorism in Israel, which have resulted in the loss of so many innocent lives, heightened tensions, and war. Our hearts go out to all those affected by this senseless violence, and we stand in solidarity with those working towards peace. Though this conflict may be geographically distant, we recognize that its impact affects many locally and humanity everywhere. LBCC stands ready to offer support and resources to our students, including counseling and crisis assistance. You claim to want to provide for the students who are going through these challenging times while offering them your hand in support. With another hand, you invest in companies like BlackRock, you make statements blanketly supporting one side that is committing a genocide against an entire nation of people, and no statements in support for these people, in support for the students who support these people. And while I recognize that this board does not directly control the posts that appear on social media, the post represents, it displays what your board, this college, stands for. And do you want this college to stand for supporting genocide, supporting 76 years of occupation, and murdering hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians?
Okay, so hi, I don't go here, I go to Cypress College, but I still decided to come because it also saddens me to see that post because just as my friend read, I think it completely disregards any acknowledgement of the intentional violence, displacement, and murder of thousands of Palestinians that have been committed by Israel. It does not acknowledge, actually, sorry. In the post, as my friend read, it says they recognize the impact that the war may have on the students and that they offer counseling and crisis assistance, but it does not acknowledge the possible Palestinian students that go here who have family members trapped in Palestine, which, by the way, to enter the border into Egypt from Palestine, it costs $5,000 for each individual. So even if there is a way out, they really are trapped because, I mean, there's no way to gain money. It's almost impossible. And so, sorry. Yeah, it also misinforms students on the violent acts that Israel is committing upon Palestinians, and it pushes the harmful narrative that Israel is the only one suffering, when in fact, I think we all know that Palestine is also suffering. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay. Once again, thank you for your patience. We're moving on to section 16 on the agenda. There is no second closed session. And section 17 on the agenda, we are adjourning. And the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on Wednesday, October 9th, 2024, closed session at 4:30 p.m. and open session at 5:30 p.m. We are adjourning at 9:07 p.m. in honor of Armando Vasquez Ramos, Doug Wood, and Renee Powell. And I'd like to close one more time with September 11th, 2001, Never Forget. I'm sorry, I didn't get a piece of paper. I asked for a paper. What name? And Jerry Miller. Once again, we'd like to adjourn just in honor of all the lives lost and the families of the September 11th terrorist attack. Never forget. This meeting is adjourned and it is 9:08.